Welcome to today's session of Viewer Levels. Before we get into the first selection of the queue, which is going to be yet more practice with Glitch's Gunhead 2 Big Boss Boogaloo, we're going to correct a little thing that we had left over from yesterday. Yesterday's stream we tested an early version of Shabby Snowmobiles and by Supernova, which was subsequently submitted to a contest, and at that point my network underwent a significant disruption, such that the footage that I had of the level was a complete mess. So, for the warm-up level, we're going to get another crack at this. We're going to see if everything is functional, and we'll hopefully get a nice clean look at what was a pretty interesting level. So, let's get right into it, and then we'll proceed with the queue. This bad boy can, allegedly, fit so much jank in it. Oh, we still have Toad carried over from yesterday. Your ISP is the worst. You've got Xfinity, that's Comcast, right? Yeah. Used to have that when I was briefly in America. Would not try to stream off of it, that's for sure. Okay, let's get to jump. And the next car is going to spawn directly. We're going to get a bit of a bounce here. And here we go. More platforming and up. Just to fire up that engine. You're stuck with it until you get a new place. Yeah, it's really unfortunate when you don't really have control over your own IT. I find that's often just the worst scenario. As I've been saying, I'm temporarily in a different location than where I normally stream, and so I don't have total control over the network quality here either, which is why the network side has been a little spottier in the last few streams than it usually is, but hopefully not enough to take down the whole stream, and so far we shouldn't be experiencing too many problems. It was just a major disruption of a few minutes yesterday that precisely coincided when I got a nice smooth clear on this level in an earlier version. So, really feel like we should do it cleanly. Okay, let's crash against this, and up here, there we go, just barely making it over that semi-solid and to the checkpoint. And yeah, I mean, I have cleared this before, of course, but in general, it's very friendly to a blind read. So we should just blast right through it without too much difficulty. Of course, there are some revisions that were based on some of the feedback we gave yesterday, specifically in this spot with the coin trail here. That was something that was a revision that was picked up on a previous test. There we go. And now we move the thwomp over. That's going to hit, and then we drop. Really interesting usage of the ant troopers throughout. Oh yes, and I didn't get to check that block previously, so we'll just grab a one up there. And we'll go. Yeah, Supernova, I thought we should actually get some clean footage off the final version, given that my VOD yesterday of the early version of this level was a complete disaster. Supernova, of course, the queue is open if you wish to submit anything else, be it your maker code or a suggestion or anything. So, also heard, Supernova, that you did in fact win this contest on Sugar Falcon's stream yesterday, so congratulations to you. And look at that, that's a very recognizable world record and totally unsurprising. Alright, Glitch, let's practice one of those rooms, and certainly the introduction. So yeah, hopefully that worked alright, and that we're not having any sound or video problems so far. And here we go. At some point, I mean to do a bit of Wii U streaming, because currently I've managed to finally recover my Wii U And separately, I managed to recover all the power adapters and so on for it, but I haven't recovered all my games. I can't actually locate Mario Maker yet, because everything has just been packed off in different places, and I'm slowly piecing it together like the different parts of a quest. And one thing that does concern me is that the Wii U was released back when most people were kind of on 2.4 gig Wi-Fi. And nowadays, almost all of my infrastructure here is on 5 gig Wi-Fi, and here's the problem. That 5 gig Wi-Fi on that band interferes like crazy with the Wii U gamepad. Because it wasn't really designed with ubiquitous 5 gig networks in mind, right? In terms of home Wi-Fi infrastructure. And I remember picking up on that the last time I was playing the Wii U, when I had done some changes to how my network was being managed. So I've actually been thinking quite seriously about getting the famously lightweight and high battery life Wii U Pro controller years after it has been taken off the market. Anniversary Edition. Okay, that's interesting. I hadn't heard about that glitch. Whoops. Yeah, that's completely new to me. I was a relatively early adopter of the Wii U, and so didn't really have to keep track of different releases long after the fact. The interesting thing about the Wii U was that Nintendo had kind of written off their losses on it so early that they never actually dropped the price. What they would do is they would bundle some software, they would bundle some digital codes with it, but they decided very early on that dropping the price of the Wii U was not actually worth the trouble of the additional units it might move, because the price was actually not really the problem. The problem was just a lot of misunderstanding and misperception of what the Wii U's value was. And it's really too bad, because there's so much that I like about the Wii U conceptually. And it's Nintendo, so eventually you're going to see them retread some of that somehow and bring back some of those dual screen ideas in a way that the Switch was kind of a refinement of many different things that had been a part of Nintendo history for a very long time. But yeah, it really was unfortunate that the system met the fate that it did. Aiden Lee, welcome. Thank you for the submission. And you're going to be very early on in the queue today. Thank you for Through the Fire and Flames. I don't know if I need to play that with a guitar, but looking forward to doing it. Okay, we'll get past this segment pretty quickly. And the glitch today, I think we are going to practice the red pipe, because I didn't really get a proper look at it yesterday, and I would like to find some kind of method or pattern that's going to work. And, oh, okay. Yeah, you die pretty much right away, so... Yeah, the limitation of only being able to take one hit on this level is really tough to work with. I mean, it's something I've gotten through in the past, of course, with the original bosses that this boss rush is based on. But here, it's very noticeable that there's just no room for error. Supernova, I played that last week, I think. I played that as my intro level on one of my other viewer level streams. So if you want to replace that code, that's fine. I am perfectly fine Supernova with playing something else by Choo Choo. But yeah, I actually did play that specific level on stream. And so, you know, great minds think alike. I guess we both dug up that code at around the same time. And Mail64, welcome. Oh, okay. Red Cheap Cheap came down and sniped us. Emerita Vista, thank you for coming by and submitting Emo Contest. Alright, let's give this a try again. So far, the record is up to the Red Cheap Cheap. Whoops. Yeah, let's not camp on the left side. We do get sniped very suddenly. Have to watch some of those blaster locations in advance. You're telling me that I can beat the section without the hat. Okay. I didn't know that glitch because, partly as a matter of consistency, that the other rooms in general don't let you lose the hat. And I remember the original version of a mechanic like this requiring the hat to get through the gate, like with that on-off gate early on. Although I realized that you can hit it with the bullets if you guide the bullets over. And I got 3/4 of the way up. Okay, that's good news. Because if we can get this down quickly... Let's die. If we can get this one down quickly, then I'll go back to the yellow pipe room to see if we make any progress. And that's the main roadblock. After that, we actually have a pretty decent crack at getting to the key door at the end of this anti-key death mechanism. Okay, let's not blast everything here. We do need some ground to walk on eventually. Okay, I like that jump sequence here, except I, of course, missed the switch on the left side and didn't have a good shot at it. Miss Yarrow, welcome. Glad to see you drop by. Yeah, no hat check in any of the sections if you get the door unlocked. Yeah, I know what you mean. But I'm saying that the hat is sort of required to navigate the fight itself, so... We'll see about that. Okay, I probably shouldn't blast that. Should probably just jump over to first sheep, I think, and use that as our pattern. Mail, that's a placeholder submission for a future clear check. Yeah, that's totally fine. And we'll look at that when you have it. So, whoops, nope, let's not do that. Very narrow little window there between the Charvarg and a Cheap Sheep if we want to jump over. The alternative is to wall jump on the right side. And yeah, Glitch, I know what you mean, that there's no sort of damage check that's at the end of the door. And I agree with that. You shouldn't have one in a level like this one. In general, I am not fond of post-completion damage checks like that anyway, unless they're really necessary for some additional rooms to function. Okay, we got zoned out on the right side once again, same kind of mistake. So if I do the jump over the 2 cat bullets like I did, I do need to hang left just to make sure I get a clear shot. It is pretty impressive that you managed to cram in all of this under the limit. Given how dense a lot of these original fights were. Yeah, Supernova, in general, I think there are a lot of things that have kind of become Mario Maker convention, where we just kind of deal with it because we're used to it, not because they're actually good design. And I feel like a lot of those things like damage checks do fall into that category, that usually they're kind of a placeholder for some insufficient consideration of how power-ups might carry across a level. And it's understandable if you have certain mechanics like P-Balloon, where you really do need to gate off the P-Balloon in one zone, for instance, but I think that's extremely situational. And okay, here we go. Nope, no, we should just do a high jump off of that, above the Cheap Sheep. And yeah, Glitch, I'd imagine that it is a difficult fit, especially with everything here being built in the same subworld, given that they're gated off by the pipes. Okay, let's try this again. Yep, plenty of height off that. Okay, yeah, high jump off that is actually quite nice. Okay. Okay, there we go. And let's roll into this and die. Okay. So you are able to roll and get pushed out of that. I'm not going to rely on that too much. But that was by far the best that we've done so far, so... Had a couple of Very narrow escapes here, but we'll make do. Okay, here we are. And yeah, you can't shoot all the way to the other side. Let's just stay on this in case I'm able to roll into the switches, but that's going to be tough. So, Noah Max 9, thank you for Remember to Picture 2. Looking forward to having an ample demonstration of our bad memory. And here we go. I didn't expect Charvarg to go left to right that time. That was just a bit of a quirk of positioning. And yeah, there goes July indeed. I think I'll look back at a good part of the year of the pandemic, year and a half of the pandemic, as just one big Mario Maker-shaped blur. Which is honestly a much better outcome than for many other people. And, okay, here we go. Whoops. And yeah, I used to know much more about Charvarg's pattern because I did build with Charvarg quite a bit in the early months of the game when I was most active as a maker. And I know that Charvarg has this kind of screen dependency in terms of positioning that's very similar to what the Angry Sun does. But when you have the horizontal scroll locked on both sides, then he should have a predictable pattern if you kind of watch the spawn positioning here, so we'll see. Like I said, I used to know what this pattern was, but there we go. Very close there. Okay, playing it a little bit dangerously. Nope, just totally missed that bullet. And yeah, Aiden Lee, I'm very sorry to break the news, but yes, already. That's pretty much it. Okay. No, we don't need to wall jump at all, actually. The wall jump just gets me into a risky position. Even a normal jump should, in fact, get me past the Cheep Cheep. You don't like Toad's voice, and I can pick any other character. Okay, let's just go to Mario. And let's see if he does any better when he gets roasted. Okay, yeah, straight up jump over to Cheep Cheep is going to be just fine. Yeah, that could have gone better, but no complaints about that. Nope. Yeah, really got zoned out that time. Broiled Mushroom is very nice, but Broiled Mushroom apparently also has what Glitch considers to be an annoying voice. Very simple solution to that. Just don't hold conversations with your platter of broiled mushroom. Alright, let's try to do this with a roll method. I feel like we're going to get zoned out like crazy. Well, but Toad brings so much enthusiasm to the table. Always so chipper. Always ready for adventure. Okay. Right. Could be worse. Could be much worse. It was worse. And yeah, Glitch, that's noted. I actually wasn't clear on that either way, so we'll just acknowledge that as necessary. Okay, let's see. And Mail, you were saying something about pre-NSMB Mario games in terms of people just not having voices. I mean, you can sort of level that criticism at Mario 64 as well, if you really have something against Charles Martinet. But in general, I hardly notice it. And paradoxically, your favorite Mario is Yoshi's Island? Yeah. That's when Mario really exercised his voice. I mean, I guess maybe that's because you would have a strong incentive to get Mario to shut up in that one. In that, if you hear the characters screaming about in Yoshi's Island, you have done something wrong, and so maybe their favorite is Yoshi's Island precisely because your objective is to stop that from happening. Oops. No, we got stuck. Yeah, despite the original branding as Super Mario World 2, I'm quite comfortable considering Yoshi's Island its own thing, its very own branch of design. In that, you know, when I think about the massive Mario drought that we had before NSMB on DS, I kind of count that as being, what was it, 15 years rather than 11 years, if you get my meaning. Because as much as I love Yoshi's Island, it isn't quite the same thing as what you would get out of a Mario game where Mario is the one being controlled. Star! Oh, we have to kill Charvarg, I'm sure. Come on, Charvarg. Is the star just going to run out on me here? Okay, good. That was awfully risky. Anyway, Glitch, we made progress. I'm going to make a few attempts at the Yellow Pipe room again, where we only got 2/3 of the way previously. And Document, check your code, whether it's zeros and O's or something like that, but... And yeah, Mel64, I totally get that argument as well. I mean, look, it's not any kind of knock against the legitimacy of Yoshi's Island to say that it's kind of a separate series and it's a different kind of platformer. Like, I really feel like that isn't any kind of value judgment whatsoever, and in fact, I think Yoshi's Island is fantastic, so... It's just a matter of, you know, sort of finding that line of continuity in design from the perspective of seeing how the series evolves and brings in certain mechanics. Now, the interesting thing about Yoshi's Island, though, is I didn't realize until I returned to it for a 100% run last year just how influential it was in collection design for platformers generally. How incredibly influential it was in terms of the kinds of completionism that were never really seen on a big scale until that game. And the kind of patterns of unlockables, etc. I should not have Maker Codes disabled Supernova, given that... Yeah, I don't know what the issue is with that document, if you just need to retry. I don't think it's a Maker Code issue unless Warp World reset my settings somehow, because I thought at least yesterday, on yesterday's stream, Maker Codes were coming through just fine. But let me know, I'll keep an eye on that, and we'll see if I can somehow get you in manually some other way. Okay, let's watch this again. Like I said, Glitch, I'm not going to make too many attempts at this, given that I feel like we were learning this a segment at a time. Just wanted to see if we would have a lucky streak here. Okay, Document, let's see what's going on. I think... And yeah, I do recognize your code there. I don't know what is happening here. Let me just check Warp World to make sure something didn't get reset. Because lately, Warp World has been doing a bunch of changes on their back end. And I think it should be okay. Yeah, because I've turned off the Warp World validation, so I don't know what it's doing there. And why it's failing against your code. Yeah, Warp World did bug out like this a little while ago as well. Oh, whoops, wrong door. I was going to go through the yellow pipe. Let's die here. I remember a few weeks ago that Warp World had the same problem where temporarily maker codes were just going crazy. So, thanks for digging up the level code. Yeah, it is just a temporary hitch on their end, I think, and I'm sure it's been reported and is being looked at by now. So Aiden Lee, the reason it's a 17-minute world record, first of all, there aren't too many players on it. There are only 5 clears so far, I think. All from other streamers who are crazy enough to sit through it. And also, as a multi-checkpoint level, like a lot of people would be finishing this past the checkpoint rather than on a single segment, and that's why you would have a long completion time. And Bogu, welcome. Okay, just given the scale of the queue right now, Glitch, let's do one more crack at this room just to see if I can at least get one hit off. Our record yesterday, of course, was 2. But then I'll move on to the next submission after this. So for anyone new here, we typically go next and sub next. But I'll call next after this submission because the Glitch is a sub. And we'll just kind of manage things as fairly as possible. Okay, failed to predict that fall once again, so yeah. We did make significant progress today, Glitch, and I guess the way that I was making it through the red pipe room is something that I actually think I can repeat without excessive trouble, as long as I don't totally mess up the star ending like I very nearly did here, so. Thank you for that. Okay, Aiden Lee. Thank you for checking in. Like I said earlier, one moment while we grabbed the guitar controller for Through the Fire and the Flames. 1 clear so far. To the tune of 2 minutes 30, so it would be a pretty tight experience. Let's see how it goes. Okay, so you do need to go right away at the start. It seems like the pattern is just going to go like that. And yeah, don't give me. I don't remember if I got as far as the Dry Bones level. We'll have to look at that, and we'll make that decision accordingly when I get there. I'm sure I'll remember to check for something else, so I have in fact cleared it. And yeah, Glitch, the blue and the green pipe I had a very easy time with when I did those previously, I remember. I did get those in the same sitting without too much work. So we need to go a little further to the left, I think, to catch the Koopa, unless... Yeah, I think I actually do need to go earlier, but we'll see. Now, the spring also falls on you and tries to bump you early. I wonder if I should actually let it bump me. No, it's just going to do that anyway. So, not much of a difference here. And so yeah, this is just going to be a little bit of an adjustment as we find the appropriate timing. Having a 2 minute 30 record on this with the lack of leniency we see here is going to be interesting. Okay, so I do need to pull back a little bit on that jump, and then we have to turn around right away. Then we'll see what's going on with that question block. But yeah, I have to go forward and just kind of pull back in midair, I think. Green Heroes, welcome and thank you for Brain Power Noma. Don't mind if you do. I'm trying to remember if that's one that you had submitted in an earlier edition, but that's okay either way. You know, totally fine. And Aiden Lee, yeah, we got that. I do understand that that's the pullback that we need to do to get on top of the shell, which is not to say that I'm able to do it very consistently, but I was able to figure that out. So we'll see. I haven't really read the segment after this yet to see what's going on here. Looks like I need to wear the shell fairly quickly. Oh, I don't know about that, because I'm looking at how that spring and question block interaction are supposed to work, and I think I need to wear the shell, take the damage boost, and hit the question block and see what comes out, in case it's something like a star. Nope. No, actually, it's going to drift to the left a little too soon for that. And yeah, Glitch, thank you for coming by. Catch you later. Glad we made some significant progress today. Yeah, Glitch, I know you said red pipe was supposedly the hardest. I do think yellow is actually the most difficult by far, but that's partly because we haven't gotten a very comfortable pattern on that just yet. And so yeah, Aiden Lee, let's see if we can clean this up just a little bit. I feel like I'm not able to get that quickly enough in terms of wearing the hats. Possibly, I don't think I should go under against the question block here. I think I actually do need to do something with the shell. I mean, it looks very much like you just have to take a damage boost by wearing the shell, but you think I should kick the shell as it falls? Oh, and just... I see, yeah, because you actually do get that temporary invincibility, rather, when you do it like that. Okay. So who knows about that question block? That's just a mystery. Okay, we kind of got nudged there. That will almost certainly be a problem, given how tight everything else is. And here we go. Not sure what's going on with that question block, but we'll see how it's going. I mean, this section is effectively solved. Oops. As long as I don't bump my head on the way. Yeah, perhaps we should be taking advantage of that side spring for the extra momentum. I didn't do it previously, whoops. But we'll see how that can happen. Okay. So let's go right away with the stars. Whoops. Probably not going to be lenient enough to let me fall on that. Oh. So you have to let the star expire in midair when you are about to land on the fish, I think. There is a point at which the star must expire while you are in the air and able to fall onto something without killing it. And so we'll see if we can monitor the timing well enough for that. It's interesting that I was kind of approximately in the right location to be doing that, in spite of the fact that I was losing a little bit of time on my way up with stumbling all over the place while in the invincible form. Because I would have assumed that maybe my timing was a little bit behind, but... There we go. And then we'll come around... maybe a bad idea while E-blocks are everywhere there. Okay. And then P-switch expires and gives you a route to the yellow pipe. That was pretty blind, obviously, but we'll kind of take that for what we will. And yeah, I mean, in general, there are a lot of things here that I think could use a little more visual context in terms of the space, especially in a theme like this where it's just, you know, black background. Very easy to lose your sense of orientation unless you have some kind of visual guidance. But let's just try to do it. Nope, a little bit too early there. I mean, I was able to react to the P-switch segments just fine on the first try. That was built in such a way that I was able to read it. But yeah, I guess we do have to just wait out the dry bones and then do the jump on top of the fish. Whoops. So that much I understand. And we'll see how much more of this we can see, although I mean, with one clear on this, with 0.15%, not necessarily confident that we'll do it in this sitting, but we'll make a meaningful amount of progress once we get some of these early mistakes out of the way. Yeah, just need to pull back a little bit. It is a little bit hard to spot. It's one of those things where, I think, in general, players are not going to see that well enough to understand a pattern on first try, and so it is something that you have to do through trial and error, which, you know, it's just something you have to consider when designing, whether you want to make something blind-friendly enough to feel fair. But that's okay, we've got the pattern now, we've figured it out a little bit at the time, and there we go. And in. Nope. Okay, so we don't actually need to get a P-jump off that anyway. P-switch is just going to do its thing. Unless there is an infinite P-switch activation, but I don't think there is. So we'll go through yellow. And it is out of reach of any fire bars, so I should be able to pop in just fine. Eventually it will be a red pipe in the exit. Key over here. So P-switch is not active here, and that's fine because we saw on the previous segment that the P-switch would have turned all these into a coin drop anyway, and so probably didn't want that. We are currently built in such a way that screen scroll is kind of locked up here. I feel like this is maybe built on a half screen such that I should be able to go over to Spike. But not totally clear on that. Either that, or I know that all of these transformed into coins earlier, so I know that the key isn't located in one of those blocks. Oh, okay. Guess not. So yeah, we'll give this a handful of attempts here. I think the clarity of what to do there could maybe use a little bit of work, but in general, we'll just try to muddle through this and see if we can time that accurately. Nope, not quite. Just have to listen to the audio cue there. User Nuts, thank you for the submission of Phanto's Tomb. Yeah, in terms of timing yourself around the fire bars and in terms of the actual platforming, none of the obstacles are difficult to execute once you know where things are placed. The difficulty is mainly in the fact that you don't really have a good context for how things are set up. As you can see, there are some segments that I was able to do very straightforwardly blind, like everything with the P-switch and the Bonsai Bill. But afterwards, you know, there are a few things that take a little bit of advanced scouting, and I think a lot of it, of course, just kind of depends on your purpose in building a level in this kind of format, whether, you know, the idea is just to see if people can beat this thing, or if you actually want to create a particular kind of experience, I guess, that the player would find engaging. Now, let's see if we can just make one more good solid attempt at the second section. Yeah, because in terms of the key door right now, what to do with the key door is just totally opaque to me. And maybe we just haven't scouted enough of the layout there, but we'll see. Also, Aiden Lee, highly recommend learning to use a scroll stop, because I can tell from some of the zone transitions you have that this is the kind of level where you might not necessarily have known how to do some of the things with camera control to just kind of keep the space a little more visible all around. And I'll tell you where I kind of picked up on that. It is at the end of... Oh no, this segment here, at the end of the P-switch segment, because you have that sort of incomplete wall of spikes that lets you peek into the next zone. I'm just looking at something like that and thinking that it's unlikely that it was deliberately set up like that. Anyway, I think we'll be fine with putting this down for now, but thank you for that. We did make it decently far, I guess, with more sections left to go, about a 2 minutes clear check. And yeah, I was looking at what was going on with the red pipe exit over the axe at the very end, but as you can see, so everything in the main world we had pretty much done, and so it was just the subworld in terms of that last segment after the key doors and the springs that are placed over that little key door area on the right side that we hadn't yet approached. So thank you for that. Hope you see some more clears. And I know you explained last time how to pronounce your name, Troika or Troixy, or I actually don't remember. I know you had explained it to me before. I just had to take a bit of a guess at it. But thank you for Pokies and Platforms. You might need to give me a bit of a reminder. But yeah, Aiden Lee, thank you for coming by. Supernova, let's take a look at yours. If Supernova would like to check in, that is. I think he is still here. Yes, this is the Choo Choo code, and I had played the one you had originally suggested, so we'll do something else instead. And thank you for the follow. Yes, this is Bone Dry Bluff. So we had not played this one. This is from July of 2020. And yeah, Choo Choo is one of those alliterative makers. I've seen a couple of people do this, but it's always a bit of a delight to read the descriptions and follow the instructions, or ignore the instructions, to climb a callous cliff in a cadaverous carapace. So we get to wear a bone shell, I guess, and slowly work our way up. User nuts, do let me know what you're trying to do with the Q command. If you're trying to see the current list, it is a command exclamation mark list. Okay. This is, yeah, just jumping up with the bone shells probably. Although I notice here that you can... Oh, you can also take this, okay. So yeah, it's just going to be jumping on top of bones then, and with the markers telling you accordingly how to do that. This is just an anti-SD lock, I would guess, if you have lost a bone shell at this point. This is going to be an up throw. And more bones. Once we trigger this guy down low. Yeah, often I find it very limiting that in Super Mario World you're limited to dry bones that throw bones everywhere. It's kind of nice to see it used deliberately for once. Also reminds me of how rarely used it is, the mechanic with how Yoshi interacts with the bone projectiles as well, in terms of that triple spit that you can get off the Yoshi. Something I've hardly ever seen used. Actually, it was relevant in one of the Nintendo Ninja levels. One of the rare cases where Nintendo is actually like ahead of what I've seen community makers do in this game in terms of taking advantage of that mechanic. But I think that's because you could only really make that happen in a setting where there was an incentive to use some speed. Oh, didn't see this previously. I mean, this is just... Oh, yeah, I mean, we need to get through here with wind. And we'll just make sure we do it when the wind is coming by on the other side. There we go. And same idea here once we do the next segment. I don't know if this is just one big bonus room or something else, but it seemed like we had entered it accidentally, so... And yeah, Green Heroes, you know which Ninja I was talking about. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I'm kind of glad that we do have some gentle resets here. You do misread the wind a little bit. But there we go. And we'll push through here. And same idea over here. Once the wind decides to let up a little bit. There we go, and then... I mean, we can fall through regardless of the wind direction. And then this looks like we can pop it from below. Grab the 1-up. And yeah, nice little optional chamber here. We don't really see that often enough, just given that Super Worlds aside, Mario Maker does have rather poor incentives for optional content in a traditional style. You wish it was more about stealth and invulnerability? Yeah. Which is why I really love the Goomba hat and the many interactions you can squeeze out of that in a 3D world, because you just have this completely different set of enemy states and behaviors that is made possible by that. So, let's see if we can continue here. And up we go. And up, nope. Yeah, it's kind of too bad that you do have all of these SD locations here rather than some shell spawns to keep you going. It does sort of bring things to a dead stop. One of the things that I noticed right away when I was coming into this level was that the cover art had so many bone shells to spare, but then that's because it is built into Subworld, where I guess that's kind of reserved for bonus rooms for the time being. And let's see here. It is really interesting to reflect on how the bone shell only came in with Maker 2. As I've said many times here before, I always felt it was one of the very best additions right at launch. And one of the few things that feels so second nature at this point that I really feel like it needs to return in mainline Mario. because it is, I think, one of the very best Maker original mechanics. Now, here's the thing. The synchronization here, I think, is a bit of a problem. However, theoretically, we could maybe jump off one of these guys. No, we can't. Okay. I feel like because of the way we scrolled up towards the dry bone set, there's going to be some inconsistency in the bone throwing pattern, depending on how we scroll them into view and spawn them, and get them to actually activate on camera. And because of that, that location, I feel like, is a bit unreliable. And you're saying they do desync eventually. Oh, interesting. I would not have expected that, actually. But I guess that's because I'm not waiting out the patterns, though. Thanks for pointing that out, Green Heroes. And yeah, Green Heroes, I've definitely seen the sort of infinite pipe dispenser for the bone shell, taking advantage of the fact that the item counts as consumed when you wear it. I have seen that in a puzzle context before. Like, I have seen that used as a puzzle solution at some point. Whoops. And yeah, I mean, this is one of the very few levels I've seen that actually makes good deliberate use of the bones rather than just having to compromise with them as a kind of nuisance, as the price of using dry bones in the Super Mario World style. Because I think very often, just because of some of that's RNG to them and other things, that usually just see this when dry bones are being used for a totally different purpose. And yeah, I mean, with the random seeding that is used in Mario Maker 2, input-based RNG may as well just be RNG, except in extremely... I mean, it's totally indistinguishable, except in extremely controlled circumstances. I have seen some really interesting random seeding-based puzzles before. And where you use RNG manipulation deliberately in order to get past a particular room. And that stuff has been pretty fascinating in terms of taking advantage of Mario Maker 2's randomization specifically. But it's very rare to see somebody who understands that stuff well enough to actually design around it deliberately. Okay, so we do get to spawn multiple shells here. We can, of course, drop to 10 coin, and then we have some heartbeats here. We will drop the other coin as well. I said we will drop the other coin as well. But yeah, some of the most impressive stuff I've seen in this game is some of the input manipulation that is done in a context that's actually well communicated and, you know, understandable by the player. Okay, we didn't have a good respawn timing there in terms of reawakening timing, I should say. And a nope. Yeah, as you can see, we've got to maybe be a little bit more deliberate about when we're going to take that down and get back out of the shell. And part of it was the random element to how Bowser was firing there as well, so... Okay, so this is all about doing a repeated swamp pattern with on-off activation on either side. So we just needed to scout enough of the level to understand that. We can, of course, bop the fire as well. That's a very important thing to remember. And then we can probably kill the mole for the key, I'm guessing. And we'll take damage there, and hopefully there's no damage check on the other side. And there is a bit of a shell check here, but not an actual damage check. Let's not get bopped by this guy here. But yeah, some minor polish issues there when it comes to RNG and the some of the spawning patterns, but in general, that's really taking advantage of an underused element of the game in a way that is actually deliberately designed for once. So, thank you for sharing that, Supernova. Thank you for all the GGs. Emeretta Vista, if you would like to check in, we'll punch in your code. And Natcat, welcome. Forgot to acknowledge you when you came in. 4KW YYC, which is actually an airport code. XKF. And thank you for the follow, NoMX. So here's Emo Contest by Emeretta, or Emoretta, maybe. This contest is by God of Mario, Danmaku. Try not to move. It's easy to do. I see our fellow streamer, Zypher, has the world record on this. And I'm just reading the text in the title. Oh, that's just Emo, okay. And, oh, whoops. Just, oh yeah, it's telling me not to move. We'll just take it as an auto level, I guess. The slow fall at the beginning made me wonder about the automatic element of it, but we're going to go all the way up, grab the pink coin, drop through the snake block, and then it's going to be a ride forward, barely missing the train, and catching it anyway in style. Oh, nice little fake out there in terms of being dragged over to the left side track rather than moving forward. But then that's just a bit of a reversal that brings us back to where we wanted to go all along. Up the conveyor, into the clown car, and then it's just going to be the clown car getting bumped around and making a surprisingly happy face, whereas usually it's in great distress. Anyway, just going to take a nice gentle ride over here, and assuming that this automatic segment requires a very specific flight pattern, we'll just sit through this. I don't know if that is going to be the case, but let's just assume that everything was timed to make you wait very patiently. And we're not going to wait patiently, we're just going to go through here. In fact, I probably could have sped through that segment just fine. Checkpoint here makes me wonder what we're about to hit. No, it doesn't. And okay. Thank you for that. Don't exactly know what the conditions for the contest are. Let's see if we can get anywhere near Zypher's time on this. I think if we just save time on the bit with the clown car there, we'll probably make a decent amount of progress. I'm not going to mess around too much with some of this other stuff, although usually it's just firebar timings that really confine you. Okay. Anyway, let's just navigate this, and we'll try to do the clown car a bit faster and see if that's going to drag me forward. Oh, I see. There's some kind of on-off element here that needs to be triggered, so. Fourth coin over here. Fifth coin over here. And then we get out faster, rather than waiting for that whole thing. And yeah, despite the checkpoint here, there is no little fake out that's buried under the goal pole, so Not quite the record. I mean, some things could be shaved at the very beginning, I think, but at least we get a sense of how much time you save by doing it that way. So, still another 10 seconds or so to squeeze, but somebody else can do it. And Supernova, thank you for Super Switch Palace Panic. We'll get to that eventually. In fact, Supernova, technically, I believe you're at the next 7Q, but because of repetitions, we'll just go through the current order for the time being. So, Mail, I know that you needed to substitute a code. If you haven't done that already. Just take the newest level. Okay, we'll do that. Okay, it's going to be the latest edition of Morton's Dusty Kennel. Let me know if there is a specific path you want me to look at this time, or if there are any particular changes that you patched in, like that soft lock we found yesterday. But in the meantime, we'll just try to do this somewhat organically. Yeah, normal path plus second boss. I assume by normal path you mean not taking the early shortcut here. And yeah, we'll just head through here. Slide through the Poke in style, only to take a hit anyway. Okay, let's head up here. Might as well check everything. And there we go. So yeah, that's going to spawn Cheep Cheeps, that's right. So probably for the best if we just try to get through this quickly before we get totally mobbed by these guys. Okay, invisibility frames, go, go, go. And yeah, let's just ignore the 1-up and go on. And Teramis, welcome. Okay, we hit the on-off switch. We can also activate the, whoops, snake block from below, I was about to say. Mail, replacing with a normal Cheep Cheep isn't going to do too much for you. It is going to force a direction of travel, of course. But the actual change there... Well, I'll look at that segment again and see if that's actually going to be substantially different to not have them back into you and enter the claw. It can get crowded there, so I guess with the standard Cheep Cheep, at least you have some spacing between the subsequent spawns, since they are going to head in one direction only. Now, let's see. We have fire this time, which is great, because it means we can just speed through some of this stuff right away. Oh, whoops, no, that was a mistake. Like I always say, Mail64, I really wish that this game had Rip Van Fish. Partly because we could see the Rip Van Fish behaviors that would be newly built for. Well, I mean, overground it would just flop around like they do in the original game, I guess, but the flopping animation would be fairly unique to this game. As far as a new behavior that's not already represented. Actually, no, in general, the Cheep Cheep flopping interaction in Super Mario World is a pretty unique thing that isn't represented in this game. Whoops. Still... that mistake. But it would be interesting to see a Rip Van Fish in a couple of these maker-specific contexts where some of the enemy behavior is modified into various themes. I feel like it's not really redundant with the elements we already have. Whoop. Okay, let's be very careful with the fire flower this time so we don't knock out our own pathway. And, sure, what? Okay, no, I was trying to take 2 shots there to, create a bit of a gate, and then I accidentally repressed the dash button, as by habit, and that was the 3rd shot right there. So, that could have gone better. And the Spikinator, thank you for Soul Eater. Looking forward to seeing what you have for us today. Okay. On we go. And forward. Alright, no. You know what? No, we can do that. Create a little bit of space there. Yeah, here, jumping off of the claw, it can be a little bit difficult if you're tall. Because if you decide to drop and try to crouch out of that, you can get trapped in a claw once again, and so... I do want to see what's going on with the snake block here, so we'll do that once we had a chance to get hit by things. Okay, it doesn't actually do anything here, except... Oh, I guess it was that blaster drop. The blaster disaster. This looks like exit only. I guess we need to activate a... well, the P-switch activation is for the other route that you had built, so let's check where else we can go. Over here. Ah, should have gotten to Shelmet. Okay, that's fine. And we won't have a second chance to do that. Okay, here's a stylized number 1. Okay, that's going to be what it is. Let's drop all of this, and then I can wait for fire, or I can just go, probably. Oh, no, bad idea. Bad idea. Except we have semi-solids to guide our way, so... Could be worse. Oh, no. And yeah, Spikinator, looking forward to the Soul Eater thumbnail. Not sure I'm necessarily in a position to appreciate it, but other people here seem like they will. Okay. Up we go. And over here. Yeah, there are a couple of things where I feel like relative to a lot of people who play Nintendo games specifically, I feel like I'm at a bit of a knowledge deficit, and anime and manga would be in that category. And whoops. Not a matter of liking all the same thing, it's more, you know, whether you are well versed in it and whether you've been exposed to it very much in an environment with way too much to choose from in terms of how you spend your time and attention. I mean, everybody is going to encounter everything for the first time at some point. I mean, they won't encounter everything, but everything can be encountered by somebody for the first time, let's say. There's probably a much more coherent way to put that, but I think you get the general idea. There's a first time for somebody... Oh, I can see what you mean now with the Cheep Cheeps. That's... Yeah, it's that particular interaction that can be a little bit rough with the Cheep Cheep. The red Cheep Cheep homing back towards you on his way down. Alright, let's just head up. Let's not bother with that snake block. Yeah, because the homing Cheep Cheep does have a risk of taking you a bit by surprise. I may have been a bit complacent about that, thinking it wouldn't be. an issue. Love how the bullet was caught facing down. That's not something you see all the time. Alright, we're going to get a fire flower out of this, which is going to be interesting because it means that we will once again be at risk of nuking our own pathway to safety. Okay, drop this. And then on to the semi-solid next. Whoops, no. Yeah, I thought I could get that jump. I do need a crouch jump into that, I think. Right, back we go. And, yeah, over this guy. And back down. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, it does bounce back in a way that can be a little more inconvenient than I bargained for. That's okay, we'll just muddle through that. We've done it before, without too much trouble. Really just need to stay ahead of the Cheep Cheeps completely and not get caught by any of them. And there we go. Oh, okay. No fire flower this time. At least not until we reach the next segment after this. I keep forgetting that this is a semi-solid under here. That's steadily revealed. And down we go. Okay. Drop the blooper, catch the blooper. We are dining on calamari tonight. Okay. Down we go, and sure, let's grab the Shelmet once we lose the fire flower. And that's okay, because some more fire is coming. And up we go. Okay. Now let's be careful with the semi-solids this time as they get revealed. We'll stand here. And I can just nudge my way slightly to the right. Also, the fact that I'm taking the Shelmet here is potentially useful, yeah. Shelmet's going to make things much more manageable, in fact. Blue pipe is going to take me over here. This is new. And we'll spin over some of this stuff. Probably could have taken a safer pattern there somehow, but... And we are back here. This is familiar. So we know where the P-switch is. We do need to spawn it, though, and... you know what? I'm going to try one little thing here. You know, the idea is to have the Thwomp drop... sorry, the Chomps drop over here, but... not enough space to do the P-jump over here. Let's try it this way. No, not quite. Okay. Worth a try. I didn't think I would get enough height there, but... We'll head back here and just lead the Chomps down as necessary. If I can actually find a way to get across, yeah, there we go. Slip in over there. And then, gradually, we head over. And are they going to follow me? Yeah. Should bounce on top eventually. There we go. Okay. And there we are. Might as well grab that coin for some reason. And then here's Single Morton. Yeah, pretty manageable as long as you watch him carefully and don't get stun locked. Okay, through we go. And yeah, we'll do the second boss route this time just to check what you've got going here. Right, no, I see what you've got going is that this time you have the second key, you get through the key door. If you don't have the second key, you get through this door, you get dumped into the other pipe, and that does something for you. I don't know exactly what yet. Also don't know if you'd like me to take a look at that, or if that's a bad idea. Okay, that's one key. We'll do this. And bop him as well. So, yeah, you're saying please, so do you want me to check the non-key door just to see how the route is working, given that this is a bit of a one-way spot here? I mean, that's going to be new. We might as well... Oh, you don't want me to check that? Okay. I guess we redo the fight or something. Or, oh, you wanted me to... Okay, okay. Sorry, I totally misunderstood you there. Because I guess the key door now goes somewhere completely different. I mean, we're past checkpoint. If you really want me to see it, I can go back and take a look. Shouldn't take long for testing purposes. So yeah, okay, we'll check the keys this time. This is probably going to turn out to be a bad idea, as we get trapped here for a while. And yeah, the coins are in case you bust everything with your spiny helmet that we know about from having done the other route. That's okay. I do see a scroll break on the other side with that. Oops. Other key door. Okay, got stun lock. I mean, to the right side of the green pipe at the end there, it looks very much like a scroll break position to me. But let's try to do it accurately this time. Okay. Might as well spin your way over. Now let's be careful. Okay, and through we go. So let's see what this is all about this time. Ah, bonus segment, okay. Gives you Red Yoshi. And then you can take Red Yoshi with the clown car. And over here we go. Thinking about what to do if you decide to drop Yoshi and take the spring instead, but I guess you'll have to do this whole thing with the clown car anyway, so... Never mind that, so... Okay, hopefully that is a useful test, once again, for some of the things like the Cheep Cheep that you wanted to retune. And we'll just spam our way across here and drop in for completion. Yeah, I like that way of getting around the double boss, actually, where if you get one kill, you can still complete the level without getting locked. But you do have that incentive there to get the second kill as well. I think in terms of that tuning, it does feel a whole lot better. So yeah. I mean, like I said in yesterday's stream, he showed me the previous version of the double boss with 2 keys, even if you do signify it going in, can be something that's a little bit weird to work around, so I think this solution worked. Noah Max, thank you for checking in. Let's punch you in right now. No, Noah Max, you didn't get removed, you just got called in. And so you weren't on a standard list because you are up. So you actually checked that right after I dragged your code in here, so no worries about that. And we'll look at Remember to Picture 2. Green Heroes, you recently discovered that a Bitcoin placed in Claw, Cloud, or Clown card doesn't actually cost an extra sprite. Interesting. I'll have to think about that. That's not something I would have thought to check in the editor, I think, in terms of the initial placement. And I wonder what you can do with that. And yeah, Mill64, I agree with that, that it's much kinder to the players who want to get out desperately after one key, and at the same time, it does give them an incentive to try it with 2, the way that you'd ideally like them to. Haha, it's a Remember to Picture level, and I totally didn't pay attention to the picture. Except I had a vague memory. I liked a checkmark there at the end. Had a vague memory that we only saw the 2 MTP blocks. Okay. We're going to get harder and harder here. I believe it is the... Ooh, we had to spot the difference and work by memory here. I thought I could totally do this, and because it's the layout that I remember, except yeah, the P block. Well, there are 2 P blocks here. There's a different coin arrangement here. I'm just trying to see, because like if you're approaching this like a spot difference, this one is different. But I thought I had seen an empty P block. And so I should be looking for the difference between this and this. If we can actually pick it out. It is, that's... trying to look under the saw blade here. Yeah, because I didn't think it was hard P and hard P. So I'm just inspecting this very carefully. Well, let's attempt it. No, I didn't think so. Okay. So I was trying to figure out why it wasn't the 3rd one, because I thought it was going to be the 1st one, which is not reflected by my guess, but we'll go back and take a look and see if we can puzzle that out. Even though we know the solution, I do want to make sure we know what we're doing. And I feel like it might have something to do with the background tiles, perhaps. Because I'm trying to compare this to this, and I'm not sure why it's not this. Because I'm looking at the coins, the spike blocks, the MTP, the coin, saw blade. Like, is it because of... I feel like maybe there's a second coin or something underneath the left side of the saw blade here, right? Like there's some kind of object there that's making the sprite slightly different. It's very subtle, but I think there is a second coin down there. And yeah, Green Heroes, that's what I was starting to pick out there. Yeah, that's a very subtle thing. Even if it is just a straight-up spot difference, it would be tricky to spot. Anyway, okay, so this is going to be Coin under the plant. That's a very important thing to remember here. Coin under the second plant. Let's check our visual memory here. All of them have the coin under the second plant. There's a coin under Muncher here. That's not going to be it. It is going to be this one. Muncher with no coin behind it. Okay, we have to take a look at the difference between the note blocks here. That's going to be important. And just watching the Muncher pattern very carefully as well. Other than that, it's the pipe colors that would be relevant. So it's going to be eighth note, quarter note. That narrows it down to these two. Pipe colors appear to be identical. Let's watch the Muncher. So it is going to be... Oh yeah, it's the Muncher pattern in terms of the diagonal. It's this one, I think. I like how the wrong answers, in fact... I didn't pay attention to this with the earlier rooms, but I do like how the wrong answers tell you why they're wrong in terms of isolating the element you should be looking at. I know that's kind of standard for a lot of these quiz levels, but I didn't really pay enough mind to it in the earlier rooms. So it's going to be a snake block here. Let's see if there are any subtleties that we really do need to pay attention to. Snake block, MTP. That rules out the one on the right. Narrows it down to these two here. It is the vine height that we need to take a look at. 2? Yeah, too high, that's right. Final boss. I bet we need to identify the final text. No, probably not. Not complicated enough. Okay, we do need to watch the burner pattern. Notice the semi-solid stem of the mushroom as being something that is placed halfway. Notice the coin that is under both the tipper of the piranha as well as the muncher. So it's going to be P coin coin on the top. Notice also the quarter note on the left, eighth note on the right. So those are the various things we'll be looking at, I think. Definitely the coin placements, definitely what's going on under the burner, and probably the notes as well, except those are going to be identical. It is the right side because it is P coin coin under the burner. Oh, the boss music here. And yeah, Green Heroes, that didn't look anything like the word final. Anyway, welcome Electro Dude. And thank you once again for that submission. I haven't done a lot of those quiz-style levels lately. I feel like the sort of spot difference meta in terms of the kind of visual tricks that people play escalated very quickly, and so it's sort of nice to have a throwback to those same kind of mechanics, but where there is a reason to make all three of the pictures or all four of the pictures different as you kind of actively try to do memory recall rather than trying to work backwards. So thank you for that, Noah. Documents. So let's see indeed if... oh yeah, Electrodude, maker codes for some reason are not functioning today in Warp World. They are failing for everybody, and it's not something that I did on my end. It is apparently just an issue with the platform right now. And yeah, Noah, I like the sort of more active quiz concept of what you were doing with memory check, I think. So we didn't play this. This is a fairly early document level from August 2019. Let those old dry bones show you the fastest way up the mountain. Yeah, like I said, document, I did miss out on some of the really early ones. And so let's take a look and dry some bones. Mount Kilimanjaro. Oh, like Mount Kilimanjaro, okay, yeah. Hence the ice. Like Ernest Hemingway's The Snows of Kilimanjaro, which I actually first learned via the radio drama adaptation that was made of it back in the 1930s, I believe. It was actually kind of a radio classic. Whoops. It's probably how I picked up half my Hemingway. Whoops. And okay, so let's do this once again. Get a little bit of a dash off the big fat Buzzy. Have a little bit of a direction check there, and yeah, I really like that active nature of hitting the cows. Oddly enough, it reminds me of Supernova's Seesaw Airlines level in terms of, you know, really making the player initiate the interaction in the central contraption. Whoops. Yeah, let's get a little bit more height. I should know that from experience with precisely that kind of setup, that I shouldn't just do a low bounce, unless I'm really crunched for space. Let's get a little bit of height so I can adjust. And up we go. Following arrows, imagine that. And down and up. Oh, should have checked above the pipe. And yeah, Document, I know you invented a time machine, which is something I totally expect you to know how to build with the tools available to you in Mario Maker. And stole it from a level 2 years in the future. That's just the kind of thing Document knows how to do. Okay. There we go. Okay, that's kind of neat. Especially because you can retry it if you're taken by surprise. Yeah, because of that bounce, I was off a little bit in terms of... I was still kind of thinking in dashing mode because of the Buzzy shells earlier, when I actually do need just a high bounce off the dry bones at the apex of its climb. Especially as anything like this guy here that got trapped on the right column, but here, yeah, they just get out of the way over to the left side, so we do need to retry it. That does give you enough height. I was just hedging on the horizontal spacing a bit. And yeah, if you hold down jump, in fact, you do get pushed hard enough by the dry bones that you can hold jump a little bit early and still get the bounce at the end when it lets up. Of course we're getting that. Haha, no, bad idea. And Supernova Quark, if Document can make a time machine, imagine what Ketchup could make. Clearly, what he can make is a time machine detector, which is globally loaded through both time and space. And somehow plays looping music. Alright, let's wait for the dry bones to go down this time. Drop it. And up we go. Yeah, that dry bones drop with the wings, of course, is something that I've seen a lot from Mang, actually. But I know that a whole bunch of you, in fact, are in the vertical drop club when it comes to building mechanics like that in the vertical subworld. Interesting that you can, in fact, just make this jump trivially if somehow you end up dumped on the right, or on the left rather. Let's not confuse right and left. Okay, we have another one? Yeah, there we go. Love how they stack. And then we'll take this guy down. Getting over it. Okay. Spawn another guy. Whoops. And in we go. And yeah, Green Heroes, I was thinking about that too, that if those dry bones are still alive and left out of there, we could in fact hit a limit. Okay. Aha, no. Bunch of these fire off screen. Yeah, the ones that go over to the left. I was more thinking about the ones that were in that stacking location that we saw earlier. Oh, okay, up arrow. I sometimes just don't remember where I'm going when I'm at checkpoint, so we'll redo this part quickly. And, yeah, Supernova. Life, as they say, much like Mario Maker Endless, is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get, but it's probably refreshing. Okay, up we go. And down here. And let's, yeah, make sure we have enough block space there to get that spawned. Okay, actually able to ride the icicle this time. Do I really need to make this jump? Hang on. No. We can just take this guy like that. Okay, this is maybe a bit more tightly enforced, so maybe properly engage with the mechanic this time. Ah, whoops. I say as I just careen off the edge. And, oh no, should have just fallen on the left here. Yeah, it was this one here where I was thinking that we could potentially hit the dry bones limit if we're not careful. And Green Heroes, fun fact, that also worked with Winged Red Koopas. Yeah, I mean, if you want them to be immediately expended, it might not be what this level is going for, though, in terms of that momentum. There we go. Doing it that way, of course, will teach us nothing about how to do it like this. Oh, you're supposed to go over to Piranha. Okay, you're not supposed to go under. Wasn't even looking at that option, in fact. That's what happens when you don't learn the mechanic in the element that's supposed to teach it to you. Whoops. Okay, up we go. And all the way up. And ride the icicle. I should probably practice this timing here, just so we learn it for the next segment. Probably have to take the dry bones on the way back, actually. We need to follow it in the same direction, because otherwise it won't give me the second bounce accurately anyway, so... We'll just go back there and do things the intended way for once, which is always something I commit to with great reluctance as a last resort. Okay, okay, I'll follow instructions. Alright, back we go. And let's see what to do here. Bounce. Bounce. Great. That's the timing. And very smooth. Here we go. And here we get some buzzy shells. No slide in SMB1, of course. Nearly got rammed into the side of these icicles here. Oh, I guess you did need to, or not, ride it out to skip all the way over. No, because the dry bones get slotted into the right side at the end anyway, so... That's all for that, and thank you very much, Donkey Mint, for showing us Mount Killiman Dry Bones. Yeah, really good to go over some of this older stuff. Actually really hard rather to hit those icicles right because of the way the dry bones just kind of slots there immediately and pushes you up before going. I guess, yeah, you would really need to try to hug towards the right side to do that. I'm just sort of thinking about that in terms of how you would do that, and I guess it's pretty avoidable as anything that would happen to people accidentally when they're first riding up, so... I'm thinking back to that date on it, August 2019, and trying to remember if that would have been after global loading on icicles was patched, because I feel like that was an August patch that year for some reason. Probably because it broke something that I was playing with at the time. Anyway, it didn't really matter so much for this one, so... Green Heroes, let's take a look at this code here. You may have tested that with winged Mecha Koopas and saw that it didn't fall back down. Okay. Neat. It was made before the Icicle patch, okay. So here's a Brain Power, Noma. Science Yoshi, reach for the stars, jump with the music. Are you ready? 0.65, which will be kind of interesting, knowing... thank you for the follow, by the way, but knowing Green Heroes levels, we may have a lot of looping music going on here, so... How bad could it possibly be? Let's find out. Yeah, it was nice to have globally loaded ground that actually matched aesthetically, yep. Also, of course, with the element limit, and also just having things that are one tile wide, which, you know... In general, I find this game is very lacking in elements that are small and compact in the way that... Like, having one-way panels all be 2x2 is actually just incredibly limiting in many ways. Okay, let's actually follow the jumps here. This is the same kind of icicle corner that I had trouble with in one of the other Green Heroes music levels, so we'll figure it out. Snake blocks with seesaws behind them. Oh, in terms of having the seesaws take priority with the collision when you're on top, right? Is that the idea? Okay. I can never actually remember the sort of sub-pixel collision priority off the top of my head, and partly because I'm not really a precision player, but I always have to refer to like a graphic or a chart for some of that stuff. Anyway, the jumping here is going to raise the poison mushrooms. This is something we do need to keep in mind. Ah, okay, no, you need to jump at that marker anyway. Otherwise, you'll fall onto the poison. Because it's on a track, it's not actually going to respond to my movement. Okay, let's control some of the jumps here just to make sure I don't ram into everything. And here we go. Yeah, attempting to play the beat actually does help rather than just reacting to markers. Oops. And Supernova, though, music stuff is a pretty big category in terms of tech knowledge. So. Probably not wise to make this too much of a competition here when we're still in the same game of just trying to tease out some fun stuff about this engine. It's nice in general that we have turnout on this stream that tends to be very heavy on technical knowledge, especially when I just make stuff up and get it wrong on the fly while I'm speaking. So, very educational experience, and also quite nice for me, because that's always the kind of crowd I wanted to cultivate on the stream in the first place, is, you know, people who would actually teach me things about the game. And hopefully elevate each other's levels in the process. And okay, up we go. Nope, still a little bit early on that jump. And down we go. And okay. Yeah, in general, I think one thing that was never quite as prevalent in Mario Maker as I wished it were, it was more on the side of, you know, very tech-oriented workshopping, where... And I don't mean that just in the sense of people doing level building streams, but in terms of things like working with very technically oriented viewer levels as well. And so, I mean, I feel like I'm aware of every stream that actually does that, and so are the people who are here as my viewers. I think you all know who to go to for particular gimmicky needs at this point. Like, there's a particular subset of streamers who are going to do that kind of thing. You see, Document, as far as people who are passionate enough about something to learn way more than the average person cares to or is concerned, maybe this is just a byproduct of, you know, social self-selection or whatever, but that describes pretty much everybody I know with some particular subject. And maybe it's just that I'm, like, totally oblivious to what the normies are up to at any given point, but you talk to somebody for long enough, and in many cases you'll find that you'll eventually tease out some kind of like really fascinating obsession, or maybe I just know really interesting people. That's also occurred to me as well. That's, you know, you have these really unexpected fields of expertise that sometimes people don't even talk about because they don't think you'll be interested, and then you realize that they could just talk your ear off all day about that one thing that they know to an extremely technical level. But I know that, you know, all of you folks are too busy and playing Mario Maker to be hanging around in bars and talking to people about Mario Maker. So... Anyway, when you're all done beating each other up for your lunch money, let's see how we do with some of these jumps here. Very appropriate that this track is brain power. Okay, falling into that one there. Oh, I see. There's no jump marker on the pink coin, and so in the absence of a jump marker, we should maybe not be jumping around too much. Green Heroes knows by now, having seen me play a lot of these levels, that I do not really follow instructions well, and also I truly do not follow the absence of instructions well, like, you know, that kind of negative space of no marker equals no jump. And yeah, same mistake over here. And for Zerator T, if I'm reading your name correctly, thank you for the submission of your Thwomp level, which seems very enthusiastic about the quality of Thwomps. Okay, here we go. If it was a bar where people would just talk about Mario Maker, well, be careful what you ask for, right? Because it may just be that, like, if you are trapped in a place that has lots of conversation about a subject that you really know well, you could very well be surrounded by people who, A, don't know what they're talking about, and B, are very vocal about it nevertheless, right? So... I actually remember when esports bars started popping up near the beginning of the decade. I was very tangentially involved in one particular community that was setting one up. And yeah, in the very early days of that becoming a business model, with some of the first people who were trying it. And... okay, I'm not jumping at the coin now. I wonder what's going on here with the one-way panel location. I'm only jumping before the coin as marked. Okay, so let's see what I'm doing here. Well, Electrodude, you don't want people talking about refreshing levels? I mean, even in a place that serves refreshments? I feel like that would be very appropriate, in fact. And then... let's see if we can make this happen. Okay, I might need to crouch through that, actually. I feel like it's not exactly clear to me what I should be doing differently. with that location. Have I tried jumping at the coin? I believe I have. I think maybe I thought that I was jumping at the coin and that it was a mistake. But instead, I should be jumping there, and maybe I misread what it was I was doing. So. Whoops. Yeah, I still need to go a little bit closer to the edge here. Yeah, supernova, I'm very sorry to hear that. I mean, that's a very commonly cited reason for people to be teetotal. It's totally understandable. Teetotally understandable. Can totally understand why people might want to get away from a toxic family history. When it comes to that. And, okay, let's get over here. Yeah, it's partly kind of a social accessibility issue in a way that it's very true that, you know, in a lot of communities where, you know, the kind of social space around the event is really built around a heavy drinking culture, it's very easy to overlook how that can actually be exclusionary to people who have very strong reasons not to deal with alcohol. That's very ironic that I'm also talking about this today, because this is one of the very few streams that I've been doing over a glass of wine. Which does not explain my performance on this level, I assure you. And that mail is nothing fancy, just some Chardonnay we had at home, but I usually drink red, so we just had a bottle of white over dinner here today, so. Anyway, let's not do what I said earlier and create too much of a drinking culture that would exclude people here, perhaps. Unless, of course, we're opening a bar that mostly consists of talk about Mario Maker. I think it's shocking to people sometimes to find environments where, you know, people are totally comfortable taking their kids to lunch at the pub. Because, of course, depending on which country or which part of the world you're in, the level of enforcement around that is quite different. Especially when it comes to things like whether, you know, minors are able to access music events, for instance. Like, I occasionally forget that's a restriction. Yeah, I mean, Green Heroes, do you see a chat rule here that says no politics and no religion? Because I certainly don't. It's just sort of implicitly available if you want to go there. I feel like I may regret saying that. Hey, we actually made it past the poison mushroom for once. So yeah, Green Heroes, I'll try to give this a few more attempts to see if we can get it past the first loop. I feel like the poison mushroom there has been a big problem. And I can see now where the clear rate is coming from. And, okay. Yeah, once again, that location is a little opaque for me. Pink coin is a jump, and you can say that much. Yeah, I was attempting that earlier. It was just that... I see that there are only 2 pink coins total in this level, and so that is something that we'll need to remember in an extremely specific circumstance. Oh, I see. Upper track. Okay. Yeah, that I didn't realize. So I guess we were not really jumping properly there at all. So I don't know why I thought I was jumping there then. It may just be some quirk of timing where I was still dropping down below. And yeah, Supernova, totally cool with that. No, I don't. So, Green Heroes, to answer that question, I sort of explicitly don't have like this gigantic multi-bullet point list of chat rules or something on my channel. The sort of general principle, there are 2 principles. When there are turn-based strategy games, like games of hidden information on this channel, like when I play Scrabble on some streams, don't backseat because it makes me look like I'm cheating. And the other rule is that if we have a change of subject, or if we ask you to drop something, then please respect that. So, you know, if people are uncomfortable with something, or if the chat here is getting a little bit rowdy in an undesirable and socially destructive direction, we'll try to handle that gracefully. But I sometimes see, you know, people with very few followers on their very new channel, like, having this gigantic chat rules document. And, I mean, you know, it's their prerogative to do that if they want, but... And it's good to kind of set your boundaries ahead of time, but... At the same time, I feel like it's a more interesting environment if we're a bit laxer about subject. Also why I don't mark the stream as family-friendly, in spite of the fact that we are, for all intents and purposes, more or less family-friendly. Because you never know what can happen. You never know where things will go. And anyway. In the meantime, we'll try to get this jump at the pink coin. Yeah, I was just trying to get that second jump off the lip of the cloud there, and that was a bit of an issue. Ever hear of Bearware? I feel like that rings a bell. I don't know if... Like, there's sort of a bear-named troll maker, and there's a bear-named puzzle maker, and I don't know if they're the same person on 2 different accounts or not, because there's a puzzle maker that I do follow who is Bear something, like Bear24 or something like that. But I don't know if that's the same person who's like the troll bear or whatever, because like you would think that's... There are only so many bears that are sort of operating at that level of mechanical knowledge and involved in the same sides of the community. And they are the same person? Yeah, I sort of suspected that was the case, Green Heroes, because, like I said, that did seem likely to me. And yeah, Document, we showed off that level at the top of the stream today because I beta tested it for Nova yesterday, and I only realized afterwards that my stream was completely breaking down while I was in the process of playing it, so we gave it another kick at the can today, and kick up the can today, and yeah, I enjoyed it very greatly as well. I thought it was very blind friendly, especially with that one fix that was put in. So, Green Heroes, we'll see if we can stick through this for Just a few more attempts here. I usually don't have this much difficulty. But of course, we were stuck at the pink coin for a while, and also just too busy talking. Yeah, still trying to get that second jump there. I'm always a little bit late. Document, I believe it was a contest on Sugar Falcon's channel, because I dropped by there yesterday, and I did spectate some of the other entries, but not for very long. It's kind of nice to have something like a car contest incentivize trying to squeeze better design out of a notoriously finicky element, though. Okay, checkpoint. And we're inside a brain, I think. Like a brain in a jar. Okay, we do need to jump out of this segment here. I'm glad I noticed, yeah. Look, it's literally a big brain level. Okay. And once again, jumping on a beat here is going to solve a lot of problems. Kind of is a Galaxy Brain. Super Mario Galaxy Brain. And yeah, I just need to make sure we keep pace there with that third jump. Yeah, if I just keep the rhythm even there with those 4 beats, should be able to do it just fine. I think it's probably better to follow the audio cue here than a visual. Kind of like how that jump at the end of the first phrase is on that syncopated backbeat. Yeah, and Supernova, as you probably know as a streamer yourself, that is just a function of what kind of audience you cultivate. Jump 3 times and you'll get something magical. Ubu called a triple jump. Whoop. Okay, a little bit slow on the 4th jump still. Swish. Green Heroes, you seem like the kind of person who would actually know who Doge Doge Wow's alt actually is, or is an alt of, unless it just... See, now I'm sort of wondering, like, you know, have I seen each of you in the same room or in the same chat as Doge Doge Wow at any given time? But Snortle knows, welcome. And here we go. Oh, whoops, 1 extra jump there was maybe not great. It's actually a command on Sugar Falcon's chat. I actually didn't know that. I'm not very active there, given that his time is usually just either overlapping with mine or a little bit after. I've dropped by from time to time. So. Yeah, Supernova, I think one of the things that would have made it easier for you to draw a good community is that the levels that you're also building are going to attract a certain audience, as well as the fact that, you know, if you are somebody who's building levels to mostly just troll or get attention or suck up airtime, a feedback-oriented stream is probably not what you're going to wind up hanging out at most of the time. It's not really going to get you the viewer experience you're going for. Okay. There we go. Nope, just a little late on that one. Yeah, those of you still in queue, thank you for your patience. I know that I've been on this one for a little while. I will likely close the queue when I'm finished with this level, so you consider this last call. Assuming I am going to finish this level, which may or may not be the case. Okay. Oh, nope. Mini jumps there. You love that icicles cover up tracks? Yeah, it is aesthetically kind of nice, although, of course, it means that I've been so busy watching platforms and the markers here that I haven't really been paying attention to whether the poison mushrooms are on tracks or not in any given location. I guess most of them are. Except for the ones that come down over the bridge a little later on in this segment. Whoops. Okay, forward we go. No, a little late on that one, I think. Now let's just go here. Nope, that was obviously a mistake. Down to the next segment. And yeah, that's just been the experience so far. Not exactly Galaxy Brain play, despite the graphic that we see here at a checkpoint. Whoops. Huh. Oh, that's interesting. That falling off of there seems to ram you against the icicle. I wonder what's going on there in terms of falling in that location. Seems like it's awfully tight, unless there's something I missed. You know what? I can tell you exactly what the problem is, in fact. It's because I've been holding the direction the whole time. I was even holding the dash button, in spite of the fact that we just get pushed around by the blasters the whole time. I guess I've survived up to this point in a level without realizing that, and so it did come as a surprise that that would be strictly enforced. Might actually be something worth testing against when you're building these, depending, of course, on the intended difficulty tuning. Because surely I can't be the only one who's sort of doing that by habit. And yeah, because I do know that it affects the fall, it's just that I wouldn't necessarily think that the level was strict enough to punish it, given that we hadn't been punished up to this point. Anyway, I am letting go of it at this point, and just doing this as a rhythm game. As intended. As an auto runner. I never really played mobile auto runners when they were all the rage about a decade ago. So I don't actually have a lot of practice with that sort of stuff. I did, however, play Rayman Legends, which has a bonus world that's pretty much all music levels. Like, very instantly recognizable as the same kind of thing as a Mario Maker-style music level. Especially when where you do need to interact on the beat. Whoops. Yeah. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with Rayman Legends. And here we go. So, Green Heroes, I think I may have to bail on this one soon. We've been on it for quite some time. I'm totally fine with redoing it at some point, though. Either on the Overflow stream or as another submission. I feel like we could save time on some of the things we were having trouble with before. And yeah, much more progress in that time, but we'll push through it another day, I think. Just due to the current size of the queue. So thank you for that, Green Heroes. We can definitely come back to it at some point. Now let me just check out what's going on here with the current queue. Yeah, Document, as far as the co-op experience goes, I can certainly see the case for that. I think that as an overall platformer, I still prefer Tropical Freeze, but there are a couple of things that Rayman Legends does really well that I've rarely seen replicated. It was one of the few games I've seen other than Celeste that really enforces that you get your collectibles to safety instead of just kind of ramming yourself into them, for instance. Just one example of one of the many subtleties to that. Okay, so I'm going to punch in the next code, and then I am going to shut off. I'm going to pull Supernova as the last remaining sub next, actually, at this point. Since we didn't cash in on that privilege earlier due to the repetition of calling Supernova in the first time. And yeah, Rayman Legends in its original form on Wii U was really well built with co-op in mind. And then we're going to go down next for the rest of the queue. And then we're going to close up shop at that point. So, yeah, if we have time, Green Heroes will do it. Usually I get through the whole queue. Sometimes... I think there was one stream not long ago where I had to dash off at an emergency. But we'll try to get through everybody we can. I try my best not to cut anybody off if they've been waiting the whole time, so... Let's pull up the next code and close. I believe this was also a recommendation. But we'll take a look. Oh, actually, it's Documents Auto level, so... Yeah, sure, let's do it. Very convenient, this little conspiracy to feed more of these into the queue. And so yeah, Supernova didn't check in, I see, but Document did, and that will count for our purposes. So we'll play Super Switch Palace at Panic. And let me just update my stream title and the bot and so on to reflect that we are closed for the time being. And assuming that Twitch is going to cooperate with me here. Beat the clock with 3 different colored blocks in this marathon gauntlet. And you're not sure which is your favorite of your levels, but maybe it's this one. Well, let's take a look. I love how it's got the Switch Palace and bonus room music at the start. Very thematically appropriate. And we probably shouldn't have done that. However, well, let me think about that. I probably just needed to fall a little bit differently, in fact. But we'll go back there and see, because obviously we're on a bit of a timer here. While the P-switch has yet to expire. Let's jump over that, obviously. And then there's going to be an on-off switch up ahead that's going to get me access to the key door after some kind of right and left motion that's going to get me across that next segment. Okay, whoa. Yeah, I have to jump over both of these, and then we will head over to the blaster if it's still up, perhaps. The background arts, in terms of the semi-solids here, actually do quite a lot to capture the original Switch Palace atmosphere. As well as all these blocks that are just in suspension. But we'll see what we can do here with that weird drop that I've been failing at a few times. And yeah, probably just need to dodge both of the incoming shells. Drop the bomb. And then bop the shell and then on top of the P-switch to refresh it one more time. Yeah, because eventually we'll keep a P-switch active, we'll hit an on-off switch, and then we'll rush back to the key door. Okay. Up here we go. Luckily, fairly generous spacing on that bomb. Whoops, no, that's not it. Trying to find a convenient place to let go there, but should have just scrolled it ahead, in fact, if I'm reading that correctly. Yeah, the quasi-giant switch at the beginning is very nice, authentic touch. No, actually, no. I need the P-switch on top of the munchers, obviously, because I can't just stand there. Just mid-air the P-switch jump, well. If that's the way you prefer it. Okay. Nope, need to P-jump, obviously. I was just falling a bit short of that. Yeah, I'm not quite fluid enough with the P-switch mid-air to be messing around with it for too long. It's funny because when I first started streaming viewer levels, I had barely ever done anything like a shell jump or any kind of item abuse before. And I was kind of dreading that because I knew that it was very likely I would get submissions from people who were sending me Kaizo stuff. And then now when I get a chance to break things with a shell jump, I mean, I'm still not good at them, but when I get a chance to break things with a shell jump, I do mess around and try it. Just as a habit, because it's just become part of the toolkit. If eventually P-switch mid-airs also become part of that toolkit, then yeah, we'll mess around with it, but I feel like I need a little bit more practice with that in a proper context first. But yeah, I'll just be playing a bog standard traditional level these days, and I'll be thinking, oh, let's check this with a shell jump. Just to show off the fact that my success rate with a basic single shell jump these days is maybe slightly better than the 10 or 20% or so that it used to be. Nope, bad idea. Oop. And Muncher drops and then, no, what happens from there? It might be Muncher dropping on top of a bomb or something for a switch activation, unless we are missing something else here with that door on the right side. And there we go. And yeah, that's what it is. Okay, Red Switch Palace. There we go. Now we do the whole thing like Ginger Rogers, backwards and in high heels. Oops. Okay, going to hit that and then, of course, aim for the shell and then the Goomba. I do need to jump off of the platform when we make contact. Love the key activation here, of course. And up we go. Probably should just jump directly to the Goomba, except the shell is going to cut right through it, right? So. Oh, let's not stall too much here. Not that the P-switch matters, actually. I'm looking at this and wondering, is anything actually affected, given that we're Koopa bouncing the whole way back? Yeah. Always like to see this kind of element reuse where... Oh yeah, you do need a P-switch here, of course. But always nice to see these kind of two-way ideas where things are going to work in either direction. Yeah, I should actually think about that interaction just to see what we're aiming for here. Certainly don't mind something puzzly. And up we go. Whoops. Here we go. And yeah, Green Heroes, I'm just parsing what you're saying about the Yellow Switch Palace in ROM hacks. Hit the on-off switch. Let's go for the Goomba directly. And then go for the shell like that. Yeah. Except we needed to probably bop the shell afterwards. Let's think about that one more time. Yump 2's Yellow Switch Palace is one of the funniest compilations of levels. Okay, I didn't know that. And yeah, that's correct. That'll give me enough space. I wasn't quite sure about that because we hadn't scrolled far enough to the right previously to see what the destination would be after the bounce on the shell, but given the lack of other options there, I think it was safe to sort of take that on faith. The idea here is that all of the blocks you activate function a little bit different. Yeah, I do need a little bit more space in the red shell here. Yeah, looking forward to the blue switch for sure. Here we go. And yeah, just need to jump this guy here. Yeah, I probably should have fired it in the other direction. I did fire it in that direction pretty much by accident, and didn't realize that my spacing would end up quite like that, so it's okay if we have it chase us a little bit closer, just from the opposite deflection. At least from how I'm reading it now, so... Whoops. Yeah, Green Heroes, as I have probably said before, although you may or may not have heard it, I was kind of right on the verge of preparing to get into Super Mario World Hex. Back in April 2020, right when the big 3.0 patch for this game came out, and then I've been distracted by Mario Maker ever since, and I never actually wound up doing much in the way of ROM hacks. But as I've often commented before, that's in some ways the sort of long-term preservation situation with ROM hacks is actually much better than it is for Mario Maker, especially. And we've seen what happens with, you know, the sunset procedure they applied to Mario Maker 1 in terms of disabling the uploads and the bookmarks and so on, and eventually the service will go down. And up we go. Nope, still trying to get that jump. I was just a little bit late. But yeah, do know what I'm supposed to do, just need to actually get it done. Okay, up we go. Yeah, that bomb placement in both directions is surprisingly flexible. Yeah, it's still just late on the jump button. Yeah, Mil64, I sort of imagined that with the Miiverse and with the bookmark site and with everything else that was going on, sort of in terms of the infrastructure that was built around the Wii U and 3DS era Nintendo account system, I just imagine that the engineers working on that at Nintendo, they're just kind of doing the best they can and just pouring their heart out for that project and implementing everything just right, and are just shaking their heads at the rest of what's going on with the Wii U and how it's being managed. And then, of course, all of those efforts get cut for the Switch anyway. But it's really kind of unfortunate when you see something that technically is well-designed and robust and everything goes right, and then it's the whole structure around it that sort of drops the ball. I mean, mind you, a lot of those sort of web-based services on a Wii U were pretty laggy in terms of performance, in terms of getting the apps fired up in the OS. But in general, like, they really had the right idea with a lot of that feature set. Nope, still need to get that jump there. The shell is way back, though. I wonder where that's going to go. Okay, there we go. There we go. Unfortunately, didn't get to just clip him with the switch. Okay, Blue Switch Palace, what are we doing? Blue Switch Palace is tied to the ceiling. And it's going to blink. Oh, it's direction detector, right? Or, oh no, maybe not. Or maybe it's just on a very specific timing. I think it is a direction detector, maybe. Or... well, let me take a look at this carefully and see, because I feel like the room does teach it to you. And... yeah, you face right. Oh no, it's just timing based, I think. Yeah, it is just a timing based reset. And then, yeah, so you just have to be really quick in terms of activating the switch and just going right away, because the window is very narrow. I like how it teaches it to you, actually. That's... you're likely to see it on the first try. Unless you're just by instinct really, really quick. You just skip the tutorial here. And regardless, the state switch is going to be reinforced here pretty quickly. So, yeah, wrapping around the bottom Koopa, doable probably, but unwise. Nope, needed a standard jump, obviously. I don't know why I was still in spin jump mode there. And, oh, no, just a little bit short. No, I think the reactivation is very crisp here. It's, just that it took me a moment to understand exactly what was going on in terms of whether it was timing based or something that was based on my behavior. So yeah, you do need to fall right away into that Koopa, I think. No real opportunity to be playing around there for very long. And dry bones, everything's going to lower, and then I just need to jump over that guy and onto the spring, I think. And yeah, I wasn't reading far ahead enough to understand what was going to happen after I dropped off the munchers, so just a bit of a reading error while I was fixated on the platform I was in the middle of at the time. Oh. Oh, because shell hits over here. Yeah. We just need to go quick and directly over. And you get plenty of airtime there, too. Head over to the right side. And yeah, it is pre-Koopa This is from October 2019, if I recall. Might even have been... no, definitely it was before P-Blocks. Not that you would have used P-Blocks, given that the yellow turn blocks are what is most appropriate for the mechanic, as well as the Super Mario World Switch Palace theme. But when I was entering this level, I was definitely thinking that in terms of the color scheme here, this would have been before P-Blocks came in with the Link patch. Okay. Great. Now... that's okay. We get a second try at this, which is nice. And then up. Anything up here? Nope. Okay, now let's see what we do here. We can grab these and get the one up at the top. Interesting, that on state in the top right with that coin. I was wondering what that was all about. Anyway, fantastic level. I think that was a lot of fun. And sure, a lot of you in the chat seemed eager to try it yourself, so do grab that code if you want to give it a spin, and we'll get on to what's next. Yeah, I'm thinking about what you folks are talking about with the Boom Boom setup as well in this theme. We'll address that in just a moment. User Nuts, if you are still here, please check in. I know it's been a long, long wait. In the meantime, I'm just checking who is here. I believe User Nuts may have vanished on us, so we'll just do a quick removal here, and then once again, I can't remember how to pronounce your name. Torxe or Troise or Torque, depending on, what the X consonant is like in the respective language. But in any case, I think I did just see you here. If you'd like to check in quickly, we'll confirm that, and we'll move into whatever is on the end of this code here. While I also scroll through some of the chat above to see if I missed anything particularly critical. I think they might actually have disappeared, even though I believe they were here a little bit earlier in the level. That's okay. We will just clear more of the queue then. That's totally fine. Yeah, I'm only sort of halfway following what you're trying to achieve with the Boom Boom setup that we're talking about here. Oh, in terms of keeping things loaded, yeah. Keeping things loaded, but in a way that also triggers the... Oh, you know what? Sorry, I didn't see your check-in. Yeah, Spikinator, sorry, we'll bump back one. I didn't realize that we had a very late check-in just now. Let's do Troix's level first. The bot will be incorrect here, but we'll grab this one first, and then Spikinator, you will be next. Jump, man, just jump. Very few plays on this so far, but world record by our fellow streamer, Mr. Laser. So let's see how this goes. Okay, 40-second time limit. Well, we're going to have to learn this first anyway. We'll jump up, hit the on switch. That's going to drop the lower pokey, and then we take both platforms up. Yeah, no worries about that. That does happen sometimes with people in mobile. I try to be fairly lenient about that, just in case of any issues. Yeah, you made it back just in time. Just barely. At the cost of the bot pretending that this is Spikinator's level. Remind me at the end not to clear this level with a win, because I will accidentally remove Spikinator's code. And that would be a cascading disaster. Yeah, Green Heroes, he actually corrected me on that, Mr. Laser. Because I remember he actually explicitly told me how it was pronounced at some point. He's the other Mario Maker streamer who has a Read Shakespeare reward, in fact. Was rather surprised to find that there were two of us who do that. Whoops. And yeah, Document, thank you for sticking around and spectating both of the levels from you that we saw today. I'm glad to have you here for the director's commentary on the side. Whoops. Yeah, you have a good night. Nope, just a little bit late there. And, whoops. He reads Shakespeare and also raps. That's, I don't think I've seen him do the hip-hop reward before, but I'll just have to drop by his channel and request that at some point. Yeah, I usually can't catch him during his times. But he used to come by and submit to this stream, back when he was making a bit more actively. Hey. Yeah, just need to follow momentum a little bit better there. Okay, so it's sort of interesting here that you have a checkpoint on a level that has a 40-second timer. I mean, I guess we know that for clear check reasons, the whole thing can be done in 40 seconds. But it does mean that the actual 40-second requirement is only enforced for the second half. 24 seconds, a little bit behind our previous pace. Which is okay, as long as you're aware that that's going to be just a peculiarity of the design here. That it's not like the part past CP1 here is all that flexible for the player anyway, in terms of your ability to stall and take your time. So it's not too much of an issue. And don't worry, you didn't hold up the stream or anything, I just almost accidentally skipped you. I also still am not totally clear on how to pronounce your name, Torxa, or however it is. I think you had explained it to me before, I just don't remember it. And I totally sympathize with that, of course, because I also have heard every conceivable streamer pronunciation of my handle here on Twitch. So. Oh, just Troy, okay, yeah. Yeah, that just comes with the territory of having an X in your name. Whoops. And yeah, glad to have you back, of course. So yeah, I guess the timer here is mostly just for the frantic music more than anything, given that with the checkpoint there, we know that it's not going to be too strict. But like I said, it's not like I can do much to stall. And up we go. I'll switch to drop that guy, that's always very satisfying to do. And then we need to drop there a little bit quicker in order to get through. I noticed that there are 23 seconds left on the clock. So had we done it from start at that point, we would have had probably about 7 seconds left. And yeah, XE of Troy. The username that launched 1,000 ships. Okay, let's get up here. And up we go. Yeah, I just have to pull back really well on some of these ascents as we go up and reposition ourselves, and there we go. Yeah, I thought that was going to happen. That was one of those things where you could see it coming. As soon as I landed on the platform, I realized, okay, the timing here is not going to be in my favor in terms of where I was mentally preparing to go, so... L64, are you actually familiar with Basque? It would be very impressive if so, given that it's the language that's famously evolutionarily isolated from the other languages that are dominant in the region in terms of like not really being part of the same evolutionary tree as, you know, Romance languages like French and Spanish and Catalan and so on. That's really neat, actually. Like, Basque is one of those languages where it's kind of particularly interesting when you come across a speaker. Just given how unique it is. Anyway, thank you so much for that, Troy. Reminder to self, do not mark that as a win because we're on Spikinator's code. Oh, the Basques are just neighbors, and so you wouldn't be familiar with a lot of Basque phonology that way, I guess. In high school, 1,000 years ago, a friend of yours fell into a pyramid scheme, and his sales rep was named Troy. Oh, I see. Okay, and then the sales rep, you just sort of imagine him wearing this name tag that says, "Hello, my name is," and then scrawled in big belt marker, T-R-O-I-X-E. Went to high school 1,000 years ago. That would be 1021. Okay, no, that's still well before the Norman Conquest. Soul Eater with a thumbnail that is allegedly pertinent to the Soul Eater. Get good and go hard, or it will consume your soul. Shinigami Chop. Alright, let's take a look at this. Yeah. I mean, if it's a username that's... I don't know if the username has been around as long as the inside joke, but if it's something that you've kept around since high school 1,000 years ago, that's fairly long-lived for a handle, you know, in terms of not eventually changing it. I've actually I've had a couple of different handles over the internet over the years, and depending on various services or communities that was on that I never expected would actually collide and meet. And the unfortunate thing is that they are beginning to collide and meet in such a way that some of my internet identities are starting to merge, and it's actually a bit of a managerial problem in a way in terms of figuring out what people are familiar with. Okay, so we could have gone over for the 30 coin, but so we won't. Oh no, 30 coins here. Okay, that's fine. And you can just go back over. I don't see why not, depending on whether we saw a key door on the way here. I don't think I actually saw the key door. But perhaps we just go backwards. And the platforming is very functional going backwards, so I will just assume this is more or less correct. And yeah, thanks Troy for dropping by. And yeah, there's the key door. For those of you paying attention, which may or may not include myself. Okay. Alright, up we go. And... is this a Crazy Jumps level? It is apparently not a level by Crazy Jumps. But yeah, obviously when you go through the doors up at the key collection point, all of these platforms are going to respawn and you just do everything backwards. Okay, forward and over to this key over here. You had a friend a million years ago in college who was Basque and had the best self-deprecating Basque jokes. I'm very curious. I don't know if I would, you know, kind of have the regional context to get them in terms of knowing how exactly one is self-deprecating about being Basque, but we'll wrap around this properly and we'll see. I like how the difficulty feels very consistent in either direction. And that's just a matter of how the alternation here is going to go. But yeah, we'll not ram into the spikes here. Sure, we'll go over. Don't know if that's actually any kind of time savings, as opposed to just going back through the door. Nope, too high. Yeah, Green Heroes, I've actually not seen that, like what you're describing in terms of a level that's just called Crazy Jumps in that format. I probably don't hang out enough around the parts of the community where that kind of thing becomes popularized. But I know that a lot of it just comes from the influence of big YouTubers sometimes. That you just have particular subgenres or level tropes within Mario Maker that are there because, you know, Carl or DGR or somebody made them a thing. And I find that I often just discover that sort of stuff the secondhand way from people submitting it to my stream and looking on as I react with some measure of bewilderment. Anyway, let's head up here. Okay. Stuff going fairly smoothly. And up we go. Yeah, no matter how much Mario Maker you play, there's always going to be a lot of Mario Maker that you never see. I think that's generally true. I mean, even the most prolific streamers definitely haven't experienced every kind of thing that's possible in this game. Just often as a matter of self-selection, depending on which modes they're doing or what kind of audience they build for viewer submissions. Okay. Over we go. And I'll follow up in a bit on what you folks are telling me about punching cows. Yeah, I can fall gently over some of these platforms, and there we are. Hi. Good thing we hit the checkpoint first before dying to this guy. Not always guaranteed that we'll do that. Okay, let's not hit the boo. Don't think we'll need it for anything. And looks like it's probably the same idea in this segment, just with shorter platforms and differently tuned jumps in these little platform staircases. Same idea, we just need to fall gently off of that. Yeah, your first troll in the level, and this would be your second. That's okay, they're in pretty gentle locations. Not going to be an issue. You know, have a laugh and move on. It's a very important principle for people who make trolls, be it troll levels or just single troll moments, to keep in mind that there are a lot of things in this game that are hilarious, but only funny once. And I think the art of trolling very often depends on an understanding of when things are only funny once. Some things, of course, don't stop being funny. And okay. Over we go, and same idea. Yeah, Debut is the first thing after the checkpoint, very easily avoidable. It's the level's way of saying, please don't give this level a boo, it already has one. Okay, as with the corner drop on the right side of the first segment, I should actually just kind of fall off that platform gently, I think, to the left. When I turn that corner, I did have trouble with the exact same type of location. So we'll just have to negotiate that style of bend once again. Hey, up we go. Yeah, sometimes you just have to read accurately when the best thing to do is to drop instead of jump. Usually you do have some choice, some flexibility, but there are certain locations where it's a much better idea to drop directly. Right there, for instance. I just need to make those estimates as we go. Up the steps. Walls feel quite comfortable when you do actually execute them properly. I love the placement of that pig right there. Very good psychological anticipation there in terms of how, at that point, you kind of coach the player into doing the direct drop. Thought it would be so stylish to finish that way, and of course it was. So yeah, that happened. But the thing is, will it happen a second time? Let's find out the hard way. You recently discovered how bad was SMB1 Night Ghost House? Oh, in terms of the visibility, or in terms of something else? Because... yeah, I mean... I actually have an unfinished Night Ghost House concept from very early on in this game. Unfinished for a reason. Yeah, do need a little bit of a jump there, but we have to be careful. Probably should just let the platform lower a bit and then jump off of it. Sorry, I am a little bit behind on chat, but we'll I'm gonna complete this first, and I'll catch up to some of the messages. Alright, up we go. And yeah, something about bulls in Spain and France. I'm just absorbing what it is you're telling me about, Mail64, but do feel free to continue informing us of such fine traditions in the region. Okay, up we go. Yeah, same mistake. I have a great deal of momentum at that point. We just need to be careful. I'm so glad the clips link actually went through. So usually I have links completely disabled from people who are not active subscribers, just as a very aggressive spam filter, but because people are linking clips from time to time, I actually did have to put in an exception in the form of a regular expression, and I remember having to debug that thing because I'd made some kind of error. Having been a little bit out of practice with actually writing regular expressions, like in that one XKCD comic with a fellow swooping in from the ceiling. Anyway, I'm glad it works, and that you actually managed to link the clip. Someday, I may even have to watch it. You don't think you know of a single French tradition that you shouldn't abolish in some way, really? I don't know, the culinary traditions are pretty good. Like, I think they're well worth whatever moral cost is bound up in that. Whoops. Anyway, let's head over here. And up we go. In Green Heroes, you can't think of a typical French tradition. Well, depends on whether we're thinking in terms of you know, cultural practices such as sorts of non-consensual animal dueling and other such cruelties that Mel was describing. Yeah, very strong influence of the Catholic Church, of course, just as a governing entity for so much of its history. And yeah, it depends on whether you're talking about, you know, things that are sort of isolated rituals and activities, or about intellectual traditions, which is pretty distinctive in terms of things like French political philosophy and other such things. No, I was not actually familiar with Corrida. I don't think. I may have heard of it, but didn't really know much about it firsthand. Let's not hit the boo. That would be not our proudest moment. Yes, we're going to risk it. Of course we are. Nice. Or Nice, depending on whether you're in the south of France. And yeah, Mel, I guess, yeah, I think I do know the branch of the bullfighting tradition that you're describing. And partly because I would have been around the parts of southern France where they still have arenas for that sort of thing, where, yeah, at least have a bit of a cultural presence of that having leaked over across the Spanish border. Yeah, I haven't been to Nîmes itself, but I have been around that area. I do know what you're talking about in terms of the arena and everything. So anyway, thank you for that, Spikinator. A lot of fun to see that sort of minor variant on the concept that you laid out in the first half. I guess the first set of trolls at the checkpoint does warn you about the second set, so with the Cheep Sheep, and so that's easily avoidable. And more there for the comic relief and the Shinigami Chomp, apparently, than anything that will really kill your progress. So, thank you for that. Let's move on. Yeah, just scanning through our chat quickly to see if we had missed anything critical before we pull up Electrodude's code here. Momentarily saying, I do see you listed as being a sub. I guess maybe if you were expecting an alert for that. I guess the alert did not trigger for whatever reason, but I think as a person who is subbing, you do need to sort of actively assent to it and request it. Maybe. But anyway, thank you very much anyway, momentarily saying, and we'll just stand in for the alert by saying kaboom! Mr. Electrodude grabbed a random level. And yeah, I don't remember if you were originally going to submit Samuel's code anyway, or just selecting one to work on here, but sure, let's take a look at the suggestion of Samuel's levels. Electrodude tends to pick some pretty good ones for us to work on. This was for Contest 29, Techno Tension. I don't remember, Electrodude, if you also submitted to that contest and whether we played your selection for it, but you'll have to remind me. But I do know that it's Contest 29 in that contest Discord that you pointed out to me a while ago. Let's take a look. And okay, so we have these kind of ninja shuriken shaped track layouts here, which is a pretty interesting pattern. And also nice in that the subsequent blocks are not going to crush you. Interesting that the muncher on top of the blaster is unaffected by that. Let's... Oh, because it's already... Let's take a look here. Probably because it's already in that falling state there. This is interesting. Right, I actually didn't remember that the down-scrolling lava level was something for a contest. I guess we should hang on to the POW. We don't need to spend it yet, and that indicates to me that we should probably keep it. but then let's land on that block a little more gracefully. And yeah, I just need to correct for the momentum of the block that I'm leaving. That's part of the issue here, I think. Also, in general, just making a very poor estimate of where our landing zone is going to be due to the curve on that track. Muncher on top of the launcher can't be killed unless the POW touches it directly. Yeah, that sounds about right. A lot of momentum trickery going on here, so we need to jump back to the previous block at that state. Okay. Shouldn't do so many adjustment jumps. And yes, it is on a timer because of the muncher on the track that goes down towards the bomb. You can't just hang on there indefinitely and wait for further cycles of the opening elements. If you do, you're going to be late for getting on top of the blaster. Or actually, no. You'll be fine. In fact, it's just that because the yellow turn block that comes over is going to drop off its initial track, you do have to catch it on its first possible cycle. Or first moment of availability. This block right here, you only get one chance to land on it. But at the same time, depending on its placement, you only spawn it in after the scroll break. It's just that the on and the on-off switch controls the scroll break, and so that's how everything there is working. And okay, over we go, and then we'll go back to the first block. I don't know how I missed that jump, but probably because I didn't have a very good landing on the rear yellow block to begin with. So yeah, we'll just clean this up bit by bit. And slip all over the place. Just gonna do a quick check to see what we have left, just for planning purposes. But we should be able to head on up and back down. Back here, and oh, totally missed. You've seen a level with an actual screen wrap today in Just Cook's stream. Okay, that's interesting. Like an actual screen wrap as opposed to something simulated. Okay, we really do have to catch the first cycle here. That's interesting. We may have to look into that at some point. Whoops. Yeah, just needed to adjust around that a little more accurately. I was just trying to see where to go after that. I believe that, well, the Thwomp's going to die against a POW, so it's not like you can spin jump on top of it. Let me just reread that and see if we can understand that a bit more accurately. You do need to drop on top of the POW as you land. The Thwomp is going to come over, but then you just need to jump all the way over to the platform on the right then, I think, before the Thwomp makes contact. Oh, whoops. For an anti-soft lock, you're just falling forever across the screen. Okay. Yeah, I'll need to look that up, Green Heroes, to see what it is you're describing and look at how that works. Yeah, just need to react to that a bit better, reposition myself on top of the POW so we can dash and jump over to Sawblade over to the next falling platform. We do have to do that fairly quickly before the platform drops off completely, so... Over here we go. Too early. You go from top to bottom and there's no delay between you appearing. Hang on, sorry, I am only reading that halfway because I realized that I have to go fast here. Okay. Yeah, no, I need to do that a little bit faster and a little bit further to the right. No delay versus... Yeah, that sounds like a sort of a glitch interaction for sure. Because now that you mention it... I mean, it seems like the kind of thing that would be unlikely to stay up depending on how the setup is working. Given that it's something that might actually be likely to be deleted, I should in fact grab that offline. Although my downloaded selections in the course spot are at this time really filling up the page because I've been doing a bunch of playtesting off stream for people. Yeah, Mail64, there are just a lot of behaviors in this game that don't survive Nintendo's deletion. And a lot of stuff that just gets momentarily circulated by glitch hunters and usually kept offline. But occasionally used as short-lived concept demos. Yeah, still landing too far to the right on that POW, and that's preventing me from getting enough of a dash to head all the way over. It may just be that I just need my momentum from when I fall on top of the POW with the initial drop, because I don't have time to really reposition myself. So we'll see, that's a tricky spot, but we'll try to make it work somehow. There we go. Almost. So, after that, it's going to be a jump towards that P-block marker, because that's where the Buzzy is going to be moved by the conveyor. And then there's another falling platform to jump up to after that. Presumably after a bounce on the Buzzy shell. Okay, right idea, but I do need to hold a full jump into that and do that a little bit faster so we can actually end up on a platform in time. Reacted a little bit slowly to the up throw marker there in terms of planning out what that interaction was going to look like. Nope. Quite right. Okay, here we are. And we'll just slip everywhere. And up we go. Oh, catching the shell and throwing it. I didn't quite understand that. Yeah, totally didn't see that shell coming. That's okay. Now we know. That's going to be a shell throw to the right, a bit of a long shell throw. But hopefully we understand the spacing on that accurately and get above the next obstacle before too much trouble kicks in. Yeah, that's feeling a lot more fluid now. There we go. Sniper Thwomp's going to be a little bit slow today. We should obviously just jump around that. And yeah, Electrodude, don't say you weren't warned. It was explicitly signified as a troll level, rather than something like an Uno Mas to show out that specific room. So you may want to just look up video footage from Juzzcoke if that is more convenient for you. Okay, we do need to get up to the next platform quickly, and then onto the shell after that. Oh, you do want to see the concept in action, though, yeah. So yeah, we don't want the shell to hit, obviously, because the Muncher will perform a bit of a snipe of its own. And yeah, was aiming for that, but obviously didn't land very accurately. After that will be the mole. Which also tells me I should prepare for more object pickups. Okay, Shell is going to head over to the coin where it gets tucked in next to the Muncher on the right side of that conveyor belt. So that's going to be our next target after the mole here. And then what? Is it just... If I maintain full momentum there, I think I may be able to make it over, but I wasn't quite clear on that. A little bit late once again. And here we are. Yeah, if that concept is something that is present pretty much at the beginning of that level or very early on, maybe if we have time after the end of the queue, we'll plug that in just to see it on video, but I won't obviously be taking the time to play through a full troll at the very end. But that sounds intriguing enough that it might be worth showing off, if time permits. You know, if I land in the middle between those two coins, that's probably good enough to catch the shell wherever it is. I feel like the reuse of that shell, though. Yeah, I'm looking at that skull platform underneath the Muncher, but I think it's probably there just for offset purposes. Yeah, Supernova Samuel does come here from time to time. But usually Electrodude likes to give me a lot of his levels as a bit of a guest submission. I think you'd like a lot of them from a hard platforming perspective that still has some pretty interesting setups going on. Don't know if you've played very many of them in the past yourself, but... Oops. Okay, up we go. And you've played a few Sam levels, I see. Yeah, I'm just looking at these thwomps up here, and I think the thwomps mostly exist for deflecting shells. But I'm just trying to take a look at what the first thwomp is doing. The second thwomp is definitely doing shell deflection. Oh, I didn't know that Sam was working on a world. I mean, we might just do a Super World stream for it when it releases, although I've been a little bit behind in terms of doing Mario Maker feature content lately, since we've been playing indies all month. And having a pretty interesting time with them, too. So. Yeah, like I said, I think I am supposed to nudge that shell, but then for some reason I'm still kind of backing up into that bounce, and might be just because I'm trying to reposition myself accurately to get that bounce down in the first place, and it's just killing too much momentum on the way over. There we go. But then we do need to bounce atop that shell. It looked like it was supposed to hit the one-way panel, and that I caught it too early for whatever reason. And thank you for that, Green Heroes. The corresponding clip obviously can't pull that up on my end just yet, but we'll look at that afterwards. Anyway, over here. Oh, just hit the shell the wrong way entirely. But you are clearly supposed to bounce in that shell and then do a forward throw with the spring after that bounce. And then presumably land on a spring in the location that winds up being the destination. And yeah, throw it all the way over. Wow, okay, that's a pretty long bounce over there. That's meant to raise the Buzzy, I think, by the looks of it. And I need to land on top of the bomb after that, so I need pretty good momentum control here to make sure we're going forward the whole time. Yeah, still backing out a little too much here. You have a few explanations and none of them are actual screen wrapped. Like I said, very curious. We'll have to take a look at that later on. There we go, just fully forward. And then I do need to kick the shell against the wall with that marker. And that is just about it. Yeah, I just need to trust going all the way forward, and of course that marker over there as well. And then that's going to allow me to bounce over to the conveyor belt, and we'll hopefully not get dunked when we wind up on the other side. There's some last on-off setup there that we haven't interacted with yet. Nope, not quite doing that correctly. Yeah, Green Heroes, I'm not really up to speed with what's going on in the world of teleportation glitches. It has been a while since I last grabbed something like an Uno Mas level that shows off that stuff before it gets nuked. I just haven't been keeping up lately with the whole glitch hunting side of the community. And we missed Yoshi. Okay, it's fine. Clear as a clear. Nice ending. Theoretically a nice ending, we just didn't show it off in the most stylish manner that was intended. We can see why that's a recycling center, just lots of shell reuse all over the place. Electrodude, if you remember what the theme for that contest was, that would be a useful thing to impart, given that the falling lava level was also what was going on. I assume it's just something to do with blocks on tracks. But thank you for that, either way. Okay, for Zerator T, if you were still around, I think they may have ditched a while ago, but that's understandable given how long the queue actually ran. I'll just give them a chance to respond, and then we'll move on to the next submission, with the last submission, which is going to be Green Heroes. And yeah, Electrodude, thank you so much for the recommendation, as always. In the absence of a check-in, let's do a quick removal, then grab whatever is here. And actually, Green Heroes, yep, let's just pop that in. We'll just go back to this one and grind it out. It'll be nice to close with this, actually, given that I can spend a little bit longer on this as the last one in the queue. So we'll try to get through it. And depending on how far over time we are at the end, we can take a look, perhaps, at the glitch or teleportation mechanic or whatever it is, Netrol. So let's do this first. And let's warm up with a successful first jump. Someday. Marvin Beachmouse, welcome. Okay, up we go. And yeah, just going to try to get back to checkpoint as soon as we can. Same issue with the cloud there as before. Now, we'll just be a little bit cautious here. Oh, whoops. I say that, of course, just as I missed a marker. Nope. Okay, up we go. Okay, actually made it past that cloud for once. And here we are. Back to the brain. Let's remember to do the first jump. That's rather important. Okay. Not quite the right timing on the fourth one here. But we'll get that sorted out eventually. And up we go. And let's not jump there at the very end. I made that same mistake last time we were here. Luckily, we did get past the first segment fairly quickly this time, so... good time savings as we get right back into however far it was we progressed last time. Getting closer. But I can see from a lot of those markers that we'll be looping around some of these segments some more. Not expecting this to be at a world record pace, of course, but I appreciate the encouragement. Still a little bit off there. Okay. Current world record is almost deathless. Almost deathless. That's interesting. You make it sound very easily beatable if you are actually going to take it very cleanly the whole way through, but this did seem, you know, for a pure jump level, something with a bit of an unusually low clear rate relative to most things of this genre. So I was kind of curious where the difficulty would be coming from when I was coming into this, and oh, now we know. We definitely know. Died right after the checkpoint? Okay, so can be maybe slightly optimized if somebody is going to bother to do a deathless run at some point. Okay, let's not do too many jumps here. And, oh yeah, just missed that marker. It was very well camouflaged on top of the stem of that mushroom platform. I'm actually jumping too early there. I see that that's the issue, that I'm taking off and therefore landing too early before the poison mushroom is coming back down. I was misreading that as going too late, and so I was overcorrecting for it. Now I'm leaving a little bit too late, so the timing is just a little bit strict on that fourth bounce in that series. And so we'll just keep that in mind. Okay. And jump over there, yeah. It's moving quickly enough that I can't always tell which markers are going to be relevant to me, because of course there are going to be multiple markers available for the different repetitions, and so sometimes I'm just not reading far enough ahead to gauge that accurately. And Mail, the way you're saying "God, that troll" level, I don't know if you're impressed, bewildered, or just totally aghast. But we'll go back there and we'll see what to do here. Yeah, still a little bit late that time on that jump. It's a very narrow window. Yeah, I used to get a lot more Trollmakers on this stream. It's sort of interesting that In the past few months, I haven't so much. I think it's because I used to explicitly label my stream as playtesting, which of course I do, but I think from the perspective of a troll maker, like they do tend to gravitate towards streams that either explicitly tell them trolls are accepted or which say playtesting, because of course that's one thing they're always looking for. Now you're blinking with portals. Too early that time. You need to be right on the ball there. It's not something I can really do visually by just watching the mushroom either, I think. Because it just moves too quickly on that track. Just need to find that pocket. Here we go. Nope, too early on that jump. Yeah, Mel, if you do learn how to do that, make sure you back up your level before you clear check and upload it. You really do have to hedge against deletion from Nintendo's side, and for anything clear checked, it is something that could be wiped entirely. Okay, up here. But yeah, now I'm quite curious about the thing you're describing, which is just an added incentive to clean up how I'm playing in this level as soon as I can. Still late on that. And up we go. And yeah, I knew there was that series of 2 jumps at the end there. I was just concentrating on trying to read ahead for that, and we just barely missed, but almost out of that segment. Almost. And we'll have some other iterations to go through, I'm sure. Yeah, always nice to see new tech come into the game so long as Nintendo doesn't delete it aggressively, which they so often do. One thing I remember vividly about the last days of Maker 1 was that new stuff was being discovered all the way to the end before the bottom just kind of dropped out of the player base for the obvious reason of the mass migration. Okay, let's try to do this a bit better. And, nope, still getting thrown off a little bit by that P-block that is actually 1 level down. Yeah, it sounds like the kind of thing that would definitely be sniped by Nintendo. Anything hyperspeed these days, really. And here we are. I think what's most frustrating about it to the people who do get their levels nukes is just the very poor communication about it. That's, you know, you don't exactly know anything about the process of how things get reported and deleted. And there isn't really any kind of recourse for appeal or anything like that. Just no communication or transparency about that at all in terms of what falls within bounds as a mechanic that is acceptable or not. Yeah, they don't communicate what each patch does about glitches. Again, in terms of everything just needs to be community tested from scratch. I think in some ways they're not acknowledging publicly that the glitches are there in the first place. I mean, I think it's easy to forget how small a slice of Mario Maker the Twitch community, or a lot of the organized community in general, actually is. That's, you know, there's a lot of exposure through streaming and through videos too. A side of Mario Maker that's in some is actually fairly niche. But yeah, it definitely leads to situations like with the global icicle patch. There's just no way to communicate with them over what the reasoning behind that was, or to ask for some kind of reversion of that. They did create a fair amount of jank, especially in 3D World with 3.01. Okay, I didn't know that. And yeah, I think that's right as well. That's just, you know, software being what it is, that if they have certain unintended behaviors that get patched out because of some other underlying change in the engine or something else that they're doing, that they're under no obligation to fix it if it's not something that was an intended feature in the first place. And so they don't, because they don't see it as something that needs to be restored. Apart from the existing stopgap solution of backwards compatibility with levels that are on previous patch versions, which, to be fair, is something that is well implemented. And would have to be done that way so you don't get locked out of incompletable levels once certain mechanics are patched. So. Anyway, let's rock out to this some more. Quite close to the finish in this segment. I know, still impulsively jumping sometimes when we don't have much going on. Yeah, Bex Plays, welcome. This is music level that is sub 1% for sure. Some things do require you to read the boxes pretty strictly. This is actually our second attempt on this already today. Cleared in the queue much earlier, just to get through the rest, and we're just wrapping around it now. And in the meantime, there's a bit of a secondary conversation in the chat about the teleportation glitch that was, or mechanic, I guess, that was in a particular level that Green Hero saw earlier today. And yeah, Green Heroes, I used to keep up pretty closely with some of the patch experimentation that would happen in terms of people checking for whether certain mechanics were still working and whether global ground had been messed with or anything like that, but I think since 3.0 I hadn't really been keeping up with it. Mostly because at that point I was just mostly streaming this game and not spending as much time reading tech stuff about it on the side. Because most of what I need to know I just kind of learned the hard way here instead. And yeah, thanks Green Heroes for digging up that clip. I still haven't watched it. I will need to take a look at this after. Okay, here we go. And almost. Oh yeah, I keep missing that marker because it's just so well camouflaged. That's probably the third or fourth time that we've run into that specific issue. Nope. Not quite. And Mill, are you just waiting for a timeout on a soft lock right now, or what's the countdown that's happening here? And, oh, yep, still same marker, same thing. And no worries, Best Plays, we can't figure out how that works either. I mean, like I said, I haven't looked at it, but part of the conversation that's been going on here is trying to reverse engineer whatever it is that is going on in that clip, which I've just heard verbally described and which I may have to pull up after the fact. Yeah, Beck, hope everything is going well with you. I was actually lurking a little bit in your Gartic stream earlier today, but I couldn't really stay very long. Yeah, it seems like that game was really designed for the kind of people who do comment art in games like this and Splatoon and so on. Having honed their skills for that precise purpose. I think I actually first heard of it on your stream before it really blew up as one of those Twitch party fixtures that's been all over the place lately. Yeah, we were just saying earlier in the stream just how much we missed about the way everything was set up on Miiverse and how well engineered it really was. Not just on a system that was somewhat mismanaged around it. And yeah, it did seem like a lot of mega streamers started picking up on that. But it's one of those things that does really seem well designed for a sort of mid-sized community streaming experience where, you know, you have enough people to keep it lively, but not so many that you lose that sense of a tight-knit community that's getting together for it. Because I'd imagine that the experience on the mega-sized streams is very different, given that there's just this far greater separation of streamer and audience. Still having trouble with that mushroom. That one's taken a lot of practice to try to get moving. It's that trouble spot and also the mushroom platform later. Those are the sticking points right now. Got very close to the end of this segment earlier. Just need to be very careful. Whoops. Yeah, with concerts, I mean, very true that, you know, there's you still need enough of an audience to have a sense of liveliness so the band doesn't feel like it's playing to a dead room, but at the same time, it's nice to sit close enough to actually feel like you're in a room together, right? Instead of just having a really vast separation of stage and stadium. That's... It generally just reminds me, you know, just for pandemic reasons, how long it's been since I have been at a live performance in a cozy venue. And here we go. You like doing art comments on a Switch with a big screen and you're big of fingers. Yeah, seems like that's going to get certain results. I think you've seen, or rather you've shown me some of your comment art before. I remember you pointing it out on some previous level that I did here, so... Okay. Music levels like this become a very meditative experience after a while, especially if you fail at the same spot over and over again. Like we just did at the same camouflage marker. Yeah. That guy's still giving me tons of trouble. I mean, it's the same two spots every attempt, so we know exactly what the issue here is. Which doesn't seem to help me fix it. Well, okay, maybe not the exact same two spots. Occasionally you get some outlier like that one. And up we go. And okay, forward. Nope. I anticipated it that time and was still a little bit late on the input. But I saw that coming and was still a bit of an issue. And Mel, I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to. With the bison, yes. Sounds like you were past some kind of key depth there, perhaps, or something you're doing in that level. I don't know how much experience you have generally playing Trolls, but first time for everything. Okay, success. And checkpoint, think it says. that big brain of ours. Yeah, surprisingly difficult for a level where you followed a script. Oh, we probably do need to touch the moon. Because I see ice here. Yeah, we're going to drop down, and then we have another platform. I should be able to touch the moon. And then that's going to kill the Goomba that is up top. Oh no, the moon actually isn't swiping at a location that's reachable, as far as I can tell. But I see that Goomba up top, and I guess... Oh, we're already holding a key, so we need some fire. Let's loop around once more and see if anything has changed with the state. Okay. Whoops. I feel like there isn't a state change that I can see. Notice that we have... Oh, okay, I see. Because we died after a coin, so we lost access to the key door now. Because we had a key from both pink coins, and then now we don't. So, let's see what that does. Although I guess maybe it's just a bonus for one-shotting the segment, perhaps. But... definitely lost access to that one and only coin we saw much earlier. So... it's just a bonus, yeah, I thought that's probably it. Nice way to set that up, though. Just to give you a bit of extra incentive to do this last segment on the first try. Okay, up we go. And here we are. I also see this jump block that is to the left that looks like it's kind of accessible, actually, if we're sliding over on that side. So we see Goomba over here. I feel like something might activate fire on the track if we... Oh, we might need to pass through here. Right now we're in a red state. Possibly we have some kind of on-off activation with additional loops, but I just need to go through a few times depending on how the looping mechanic is actually designed. I'm just trying to figure out at this point if I need to do something actively here, given that the level is encouraging me to think. And up we go. And back down, and yeah, I don't think I can actually reach the jump block. The level will just give you a sign when it's over. I suppose so, that would be in keeping with what we've seen in the past. Just given some of the little state changes that we see along the way. Yeah, because now you do have the switch flipping. And starting here with the off state may affect something. Whoops. Have to actually do this successfully a few times first, though. Okay. That's fine so far. And let's go down. Okay, up we go. And okay, so we actually did grab that, except of course we missed a chance to have the bonus there, taking us all the way up to whatever's going on here with the Tanuki Leaf. We can of course bust open the blocks, but who wants to do that when we can fly? And see what else is going on up here. Oh, the stars. Alright, that's good. Alright, thank you for that, Green Heroes. So, before we go, I do want to see this thing that you've been talking about in the chat the whole time, so why don't we dip into that very quickly. I'm not going to play through the whole thing, but we'll punch into code. Yeah, so that was surprisingly tricky for a level that is really just about timed to jumping. Just due to certain trouble spots that took me a little while to negotiate. Remaining colors of the soup bow. Except there's no colors. Alright, let's take a look very quickly. 7 clear so far. And how far in is it, just out of curiosity, the wrapping mechanic that you're talking about? Because I just want to see that very quickly. I guess we need to go forward. And okay, everything's good to go down. Let's go, whoops. Probably through the door, now that I look at it. After this door, okay. Yeah, I just want to take a look here. Okay, get a checkpoint and then enter the third room. So third room as in this one over here? Let's take a look. Or are you describing something different? Get a checkpoint, enter the third room. Or, okay, let's just take the death at checkpoint. I just want to see the mechanic. Well, you might go back to this someday to actually play through it, but... Second door. And there's that Master Sword over there. This one, or... Okay, so it is that room. Let me just check this one first, just to see what's on the other side. Oh, okay. So you're going to have this whole thing here. And then I'm down here, okay. So, yeah, that just looks like a... Okay, that's not what you're talking about, because it is just this off-screen conveyor to get you repositioned. That kind of thing we've seen before. Okay, so we drop in. And then where are we now? Oh, I see. Okay, okay. Now that's interesting. Huh. No, I don't know how this is put together. This is interesting. Might have to take a look again at how this is set up. You saw me jump from below, and I was immediately falling from the top. Yeah, yeah. So I fall in here, and then I jump from below, and then after the P-switch expires, and then it positions me up top. Okay. Yeah, I don't have my zoom, unfortunately, but we can take a look at this, because I'm not on my Pro controller. But we can see just how much is built under that if we can recognize which room is doing this with the big column to the left. So it is the one that is directly to the left of the soup bowl. Should actually try to get a controller to magnify this. Just one moment. Dig something up here. Let's see. There we go. Just needed to switch to my Pro. So it's got to be this room here, right? With the drop and with the POW. I can't really make heads or tails of it. But you see something that is going on a little off screen to the left. It is a broken track, okay. I'm just thinking about this because there is a way... Like, I don't know this specific interaction, but I do know that in terms of the off-screen logic, that when you have things that are dropping off tracks, they do remain alive way off the boundary. You can see the curved track at the bottom. Yeah, I'm just not sure what's going on with it. No, I do see that. Like, I wonder if it's something that's... I wonder if it's something that's like a hyperspeed thing that's like pushing you to the top and then having that kind of ceiling collision punch you back down. If you know what I'm getting at. Because I'm also seeing the tracks on the left side. I don't know enough to really go beyond speculation here, unfortunately, about how this specific thing works. But that gives you a rough idea of just how much is being built around that room to make some of that happen. It's going to require some closer study. I haven't seen it before, so... And, oops. There we go. Broken track points at this curved track, which makes whatever land on a warp to the other end of the broken track, which is on top of the hole. Yeah. I see what you're getting at, but without actually trying to recreate it in the editor, I don't think I can get a sense of what exactly the functioning is just yet, but we'll keep this in mind. We might flow through this more thoroughly some other time if we go back to do it control level. Thanks for sharing that with us, though. Really interesting. With that said, that's going to be the end of this session. I'm going to pass you folks on to somebody else if I can. We are just about finished with the indie series that I've been running here. The last game that I am going to be running this week is Genesis Noir. And we have some video links to the previous features that are available in our indie collection on Twitch. Mario Maker will be once again the main focus after that. It'll be just a mix of the overflow and puzzle streams as before, as well as viewer levels returning at the usual time next week. assuming everything goes according to plan. So, thank you for all the great submissions today. And we'll pass you on in just a moment, but for now, have a good night, or a good morning. And thank you once again for edifying us with everything that's going on with the trek, and we may have to talk to you, Green Heroes, afterwards about that setup. If you have a video, you might want to drop that in our Discord if we want to continue there. It's easier if you dump it there, as it'll be a bit more permanent, but let me permit you in the chat briefly so you can drop it here as well. And yeah, go ahead and do that while I just sort of sign off and bid good night or good morning to the rest of you folks. So, thanks for the videos and the clips and everything. Thanks so much for watching. And we'll send you on in a moment, so as always, have a great day. Have a great month of August. We're going to receive the raid at the very last minute, just as we're saying goodbye, but let's also give RX-Men a shout-out before we raid somebody else in just a second. And thank you, RX-Men 7-Man, for the raid, and we're passing you on right away, so fare thee well.